Welcome back. My name is Sam Hassel, and in today's episode, we are going to be going through a case study. This was submitted by one of the listeners of the podcast, her mom. And so she is a rising senior going through the 2025-2026 application cycle coming up and is going to be targeting some of the top colleges. So we're going to go through, first off, her background, a lot of her metrics, some context on her high school, her GPA, course rigor, test scores, recommendations, her resume and activities and awards. Then we're going to do a hook analysis to sort of help analyze what her hook should be and sort of better define it and make it stronger. We're then going to go through some of the current versions of her application, some of the different sections, including the education section, the awards, the activities, the additional information section, testing the files that she initially submitted. Then we're going to move on to a revision of a bunch of the sections in the application that I think best portray the students' strengths and their hook in the best light. So we're going to then redo their honors section, their activities list, their additional information section. Finally, we'll also discuss some things that we're going to take out that were in their longer form resume that we're not actually going to put into the application itself. We're going to discuss some general Common App formatting stuff. Her mom had some questions about this. And then finally, we're going to do a school analysis. So she is deciding between Stanford and Yale where to apply early. And so we're going to analyze her candidacy, some of the differences between Stanford and Yale, and a lot of the sort of in-depth and very nuanced strategy that would go into making this potentially very high-stakes, high-leverage decision. And we'll end after we do that. Okay, so let's kick things off here. So first off, one of the first things that's great to do, a lot of admissions offices are obviously doing this, is we're going through the student's high school profile. So I'm not familiar with this high school, but according to the high school profile and some other information, so this is a large public high school she attends. We'll use the pseudonym Amy here. So she attends a large public high school, about 2,800 students in grades 9 through 12, so about 700 per grade. U.S. News ranks this high school somewhere in the 4,000s out of public high schools in the United States, out of about 18 to 19,000 ranked public high schools, and about 25,000 public high schools in total. So somewhere around top 20% or so. In terms of some of the breakdown demographically of the high school, so first off, this student is in a bit of a more underrepresented state. For students applying to top colleges, it's a bit of a nuance. 70% plus of the students attending her high school, this is according to the high school profile, are underrepresented minorities. 84% receive free and reduced cost lunch. So that does indicate that there's potentially some lower socioeconomic demographics here, unless they like just giving away free lunch. The four-year college enrollment number is 35%. It does seem like some students either don't go to college or they go into the trades. For a lot of top high schools, this number will be almost 100%, so that's noteworthy as well. The average AP score is 3.5, so that's not bad out of 5. That's pretty good. The average ACT score is quite low, 17.6. across the high school, or at least the rising seniors from this past application cycle. So 17.6, that's out of 36. And the national average is usually around 20 or so. So that's quite low. So far, again, this just gives like a feel of the high school. Overall, it seems like a solid enough high school in terms of the national rankings, but it does have a disproportion of underrepresented minorities. A lot of them are not going to college, not going to four-year colleges at least. It seems like there's probably a pretty good upper crust of students with the average AP scores. And if you have 700 students in a grade, if you have 700 of anything and you pull the top 10%, it's usually going to be a pretty, talented group when you have that large of a sample size. So this does make sense potentially in terms of the disparity between the AP, because that's more self-selecting. That's students who are sort of, higher achieving or taking AP classes. This is one of the states that requires the ACT as a sort of career and college readiness benchmark. So all the students basically at the school, as far as I understand, have to take the ACT, which means that a lot of the students who maybe are not, sort of as high up in the grade are probably pulling down the average on the ACT to a quite low degree there. One thing that's noteworthy here, I'll get into this a little bit more nuanced when we talk about Stanford and Yale. So this student is an overrepresented minority. in college admissions. Specifically, she's from an Asian background. We'll see how this sort of actually figures into her college narrative, her college hook. If you go to a school, and I've sort of mentioned this before with a lot of the private schools, we did a big episode on this. It's not that the success of a lot of top private high schools across the United States is entirely reducible to these factors. However, as I've discussed in prior episodes, a lot of students who go to, for example, top private schools, there's a disproportionate number of recruited athletes. There's a disproportionate number of legacies. There could be a disproportionate number of celebrity children or other special connections. And so you have to be mindful when you're sort of looking at your school context of how representative of your high school are you as a data point. And this becomes very potentially insidious if we get a student who, for example, goes to a top private school in New York City, right? And so this student is an overrepresented minority, right? A bunch of the other students are not overrepresented. Maybe there's 20 or 30%, right? But 70 or 80% of the students at the school aren't. Even if they're white, they're Caucasian, still not as strategically suboptimal as being an overrepresented minority. So they're an overrepresented minority. They are not an athlete, right? So take out all of those kids who got into top colleges who were athletes. They are planning on doing some very common, major or positioning such as pre-med, which we've discussed at length here. Compared to a bunch of the other students and parents and families at the high school, they're not legacy. You may be an Asian female. Female also is another potentially big knock, right? It depends on the college. We're going to get into this when we talk about Stanford versus Yale. But let's say that you're applying to Brown, for example, right? You have a much worse chance of getting in if you're female, right? And so this is going to particularly be the case if the school leans more towards the humanities and social sciences than if it's a very STEM heavy, engineering heavy school, right? It's very STEM heavy, hard science, engineering going to generally skew, if it's technology, as we're going to see with Stanford, skews more male, right? If it's Brown, right, it's a more humanities, social science, it's going to skew more female, the applicants. Also, we know that the general population, the general college-going population in the United States is heavily skewing female-oriented, right? So it's starting to skew towards 60% female, 40% male. It could get closer to two-thirds female. And so let's say you go to a school, you're an Indian American female applying for pre-med, you have no special hooks, and your parents didn't go to school in the United States, right? Or they didn't go to any of the top colleges, right? You are not a representative avatar for your high school, right? And so when we look at this student's high school and her mom, sort of sense like some of the college outcomes, and they're not bad, right? 2 got into MIT last year, 3 got into Stanford, 4 Yale, 2 Brown, 6 Columbia, 2 Princeton, 5 Cornell, 2 Penn, 7 Georgetown, 27 to USC. But also, again, if you're looking, and I'm sure there's some very talented and very smart kids. As I said, it's any very large public high school that has this many students is going to have a nice upper crust of high achieving students for sure. But if you're looking at a school and you see that there are potentially a lot of underrepresented minorities, and that's going to be a particularly compelling hook in their profile. Another thing that colleges look for and prioritize increasingly, because it's been factored into the US news rankings, particularly Duke has been all over this, is Pell Grant recipients. So they like to, and those are sort of lower SES students. So you're already potentially talking about 1 or 2 additional hooks that possibly many students at this student's high school have. And if you have them as well, then you are a representative avatar, and you can sort of, take some of the track record of the high school and potentially attribute it to yourself because you're representative. But if 70% of the students are underrepresented minorities and the vast majority have a potential hook or a leg up in college admissions at the top colleges, and you're an overrepresented minority, it's not even that you don't have that advantage, you actually have a disadvantage. So it's not just +1 if you are a URM student in terms of priority for top colleges. You're kind of -1, right? You kind of more of a target on your back, right? So you have to be very careful at how you look at this data and how you sort of understand yourself with respect to your high school. Something very important. Other thing that I'll say is, yes, there are a lot of students who got into top colleges from this particular high school. But if you look at the actual numbers, a lot of people just cite the gross numbers, right? It sounds really impressive. But if you add it all up, it's 5% of the class. That's basically just a representative sample from the entire US population, right? About 5% of students will get into these top and highly selective colleges. So there's nothing extremely abnormal. It's good that there are students getting in. It's not great if your high school is basically nobody getting into top colleges. So that's certainly fine. Based on understand there's 700 kids in the grade, right? So it sounds great when you're like 2 MIT, 3 Stanfords, there's 700 kids. Right. So this is 5% of the class is getting in, which is basically just a representative sample. That's some context here. In terms of the students' GPA and their grades, so they have an unweighted GPA of 4.0 out of 4.0. The weighted GPA, so it seems like the school district actually caps the GPA or the amount of weighting that you can get based on taking honors, advanced courses, AP courses. So the district cap is 4.95, and the student has the highest weighted GPA, which is 4.95. So unweighted 4.0 out of 4.0, weighted GPA 4.95 out of 4.95. Straight A's at this high school. The student has straight A's. Now this is very interesting. This high school, if you have a 90 to 100, they just give you a flat A. Right, so there's no E minus, there's no A plus distinction here. And that's very noteworthy. It's great for students who might be A minus students. If this student, as many students have just a 100-point scale at their high school or more, sensitive and more precise scale, well, that's not as great, if you need to get a 97 in a class to get an A plus, and then you can sort of see those differences, right? And so what this really essentially does, in the same way that a lot of high schools who've removed class rank, removing class rank is great if you're number 30 in the class or number 50 or maybe number 70 in this grade, so you're top 10%, but you're still number 70 in gross. It's great for that. It's not great removing class rank if you're number 1. And the same way that if you have a 98 or 99 or 100 97s, right? Not being able to see that sort of nuance potentially is not as much to your advantage, and it sort of brings up the students who are maybe the 90s, the 91s, the 92s, right? So this is sort of something that, in the same way, removing class rank can sort of help a larger percentage of the students at high school. Sort of having this very large range and just considering it all an A sort of accomplishes the same sort of purpose there. So that's sort of very interesting. It's also very noteworthy if you go to a high school and they don't do this. You can see how this could be a disadvantage. If you're a student or a parent listening right now and your high school doesn't do this, this is kind of an advantage for a student who goes to a high school like this. Again, admissions officer is going to say the sugar-coated thing of, oh, we look at the context, we look at blah, blah, blah. There are things that high schools do, whether it's giving high schools that get out fewer awards, that announce their valedictorians before the application process, so students can put in the application, that have a lot of awards, have no awards, that have this way of doing the grading system, that have grade deflation, have this. And to think that you're not potentially going to be affected by that, it just doesn't make any sense, right? If you're a student and, your school just gives the precise grades, and you have a whole bunch of A minuses, well, you could have all the exact same grades the student who goes to this high school, but the college would never know the student could have had all 99s, right? It's like, so you just have no idea. The way that different high schools sort of present the information or the grades or whatever it is, it can have an impact on admissions, right? And it could potentially be to your benefit or it could be to your detriment. The top 10% of students at this high school around the 4.9 range, the student that's weighted, just same as a 4.95, just sort of to get a sense of where the, sort of the grade distribution seems like about 70 students or so, 65 students have a 4.9, so fairly close. Student is ranked 1 out of 658, so that's very helpful to sort of get an exact index and sort of an exact benchmark of where the student stands in her class. Obviously, that's great that she is number 1 currently. For course rigor, so this is going to be through 12th grade, so through the upcoming senior year, I'm going to include here. So she's taken 8 honors and advanced courses. She will have taken 17 AP or college level courses. So she's taking Calc 3 honors in senior year, which I'm going to consider some AP course. She's already post Calc BC, which she took in 11th grade, but I'm still going to consider this basically a college level course, the Calc 3 honors. So she has 17 AP and college courses. That is a lot. As I've mentioned before, sort of a rough heuristic of the number of AP or college courses for top colleges, 8 usually is sort of the line of demarcation. You usually want to get to at least 8, and that can be on the low end. 12 is probably somewhere in the middle. Ideally, you're 10 plus, getting close to 12. And 15 plus is sort of getting towards that. What would probably be, more like the 75th percentile. Now, a lot of schools vary in terms of the number of offerings. So very large public high schools, you will see this a lot. This is common to have a lot of students who take way more AP classes because already in 9th grade, they could take 2. Then by 10th grade, they could take 3, then they could take 5 and 6, right? And so I've talked about other high schools where they don't allow any students to take APs through 9th and 10th grade. You might not have an AP curriculum, and that's fine if you have something that's, it's advanced topics or whatever. They call it honors, but it's basically AP level or post AP. All sorts of private schools have very non-conventional curriculum, as well do some public schools. But for very large public high schools, there are a lot of structural similarities. I think everybody likes to think they're a special snowflake and that their high school is so different and so unique. But there are patterns of different high schools. You see a lot of the same patterns. So private schools do a lot of the same things. Large public high schools do a lot of the same things. And so usually you go to a private school, there's no class rank. You go to a large public high school, a lot of them ranked. And so, you go to a private school, there's less likely to be an AP curriculum, right, than there is at a large public high school, et cetera. There's a lot of structural similarities where it's basically, if you've worked with a lot of students who go to a private school of a certain tier, magnet schools, large public high schools, you just see a lot of the same things. So certainly there's going to be a more expansive course catalog at a large public high school. But that being said, you do have to understand that you're still being compared to students who do have potentially this high in terms of the number of, sort of advanced courses that they've taken. In terms of some notes on the courses and course rigors, she took Calc BC this past year in 11th grade. It's not the most advanced. There are students who take Calc BC by 10th grade, some cases even earlier. For this upcoming year, she's taking Calc 3 honors. She's already post Calc BC. The math progression is not super important. It's nice because this is going to be more of a humanities, social sciences student, so it's nice. One thing we're going to see this sort of potentially manifest here a little bit. While the student's hook and their positioning is going to be more humanities and social sciences, I think people don't understand. You need to think differently about the metrics than you think about the resume, right? So your metrics in terms of your course rigor and your grades, yes, you're looking a little bit more carefully at the courses that are relevant to the student's admissions hook. So if you're planning on doing engineering, you should ideally be pretty advanced in math and science and potentially getting up to AP Physics C if it's offered at your high school, etc. And if you're an English major, it's not going to be as important, but it's still certainly nice, right? It's still nice to be able to say, okay, I'm a humanities social science student, but I'm still academically well-rounded enough that I could still get to Calc BC by 11th grade and post Calc BC by 12th grade. And colleges do expect you to still be quite well-rounded from an academic index and metric standpoint, right? So there are some students who think that because I'm going to be an engineer, I don't need to take AP Lang or I don't need to take AP Lit, right? And that's a mistake, right? That's a mistake. Now, you have to obviously consider, and there's going to be the greatest weighting applied to the courses that are relevant to your admissions hook. But for the top colleges, you are generally expected to take 4 years unless you've hit the max rigor. And if you have hit the max rigor, then, and it's potentially important, you can always, as I say, you can take the course externally or at a community college, etc. You're generally expected to take 4 years of the core classes, right? So the core classes are history, English, math, science, and foreign language. Right? And so you sort of see these students. We covered this on the Stanford application review podcast in fall 2024, but the students sort of stopped at Spanish 3, right? Because they were sort of loading up other STEM courses and they're planning on being a STEM major. You can't do that, right? You can't stop at Spanish 3 in 10th grade. That's a core class, right? That looks very bad to admissions officers at top colleges. And I've seen multiple students doing this. So you need to be taking the core classes, ideally for 4 years, unless you've unless you've topped out, right? If you've taken AP foreign language and you hit it in 10th grade, you have more of an excuse to not continue in junior and senior year. Obviously, if you're going to be a foreign language major, if your high school doesn't have post AP, then you might want to start taking some college courses after that because it's very relevant to your narrative. But if you're an engineer and you stop because you had AP Spanish in 10th grade, that's more acceptable, right? But I see this sort of students not taking the core classes for all 4 years, especially in senior year, they're letting off the brakes a little bit. You do not want to do that, right? So for an academic index, from a metric standpoint, you want to be well-rounded. When it comes to a resume, when it comes to resume building, you do not want to be well-rounded. Well-rounded is like a curse, right? It's anathema. You do not want to be well-rounded. You want to have a very clear, defined spike and hook and focus, right? That will relate to your college positioning. So people get these two sort of mixed up. They're trying to think, oh, I'm an engineer, I could duck out of AP Lit. And there might be some strategic reason to do that. The kid might be at risk of serious jeopardy of not getting an A in the class, which would hurt their GPA. So there are potential reasons, and it will have a bit less weight if you're doing something in STEM, if you're talking about AP Lang or AP Lit. It's not that the relevance doesn't hold any weight, it does, but you still need to have a well-rounded academic profile when you're talking about the metrics. It's great that the student, is pretty advanced in math, even though she is positioning for the humanities and social sciences. Now, in terms of her foreign language, a lot of her positioning is going to be related to sort of East Asian studies or East Asian languages, cultures, literatures, etc. So one thing that's sort of noteworthy, she didn't have a language on her transcript in ninth grade. I don't know exactly what happened there. As we'll discuss later, she took the National Latin exam. I don't know if at some point she took Latin or I don't know what happened, but she didn't take any language in ninth grade. She then has Japanese 1 in 10th grade, Japanese 3 honors in 11th grade, and AP Japanese by 12th. Now, this is much better than a student who, she didn't take it in ninth grade, but that's much better. Not taking it in ninth grade and still getting up to AP is much better than a student who cuts the progression short. It's a little noteworthy, it's a little anomalous, but there's no big issue because she's still getting to AP Japanese by senior year. So that's totally fine. Sort of took a little bit of an, anomalous progression here. No language, full language in ninth grade, then went from Japanese 1 to 3 honors between 10th and 11th, but that's actually not a bad thing. Maybe she self-studied, took a placement test, got into a higher level, and is still getting to AP by senior year. Now, science, not quite the same story. So for science, yes, it's not as relevant. It's not going to be relevant to her positioning or her hook. However, again, you need to be academically well-rounded, particularly for the sciences. So there's what's known as sort of the trinity of sciences. That doesn't include AP environmental science. It doesn't include AP psychology. I think everybody knows what the trinity of sciences probably is, right? It's biology, it's chemistry, and it's physics. Those are the 3 core sciences that colleges generally want to see that you've taken. Now, there's a lot of sort of controversy around this. A lot of people that think that you need to take all 3 of them. This is something where we get into a lot of fights, not directly with the counselors at high schools, but a lot of counselors or high schools say you have to take physics. If you're not going to be an engineer, you do not need to take physics. We've had a lot of students, they've maxed out on bio and chem because that's what's more relevant to their positioning. They're not going to be an engineer. They're not STEM students. They're not more hard STEM, math, engineering, etc. They may be more sort of students who are more, going to be more medical sciences, in which case bio and chem are generally going to be more relevant to their narrative. It's not the case that you have to take all 3 of these, but these are the main 3. If you can take AP level in all 3 of those, that's excellent. But of course, again, there's going to be different situations, right? If you're going to be more engineering or mathematical sciences or something sort of adjacent to that, you might sort of progress deeper in the AP physics curriculum, going, from 1 to 2 to C potentially, or 1 to C, or whatever the progression is at your high school. But generally speaking, I would say in almost all situations, you want to have taken ideally 2 out of the 3 AP sciences from biochem and physics. And again, APES does not count. AP environmental science is not considered to be as rigorous as the 3 core sciences. So the student took chemistry honors in 9th grade. She took it externally, not her high school, which I don't love. In science for 10th grade, she took pre-AP bio, so that's fine. So far, so good, right? 9th and 10th grade, often going to take chem and bio. So she's been in honors and sort of pre-AP for chem and bio. and then she took AP Environmental Science in 10th grade. She took double science in 10th grade, so that's not bad, right? She's taking one of the core sciences, plus she's doubling up with APES. APES is fine to double up with. That being your main core science is not great from a missions officer's perspective, right? Because it's just not considered a heavy-hitting, rigorous AP. Now, somebody's maybe thinking right now, well, what if you're positioning for environmental sciences or something related to that? It's more excusable in that case, but I would still say you still need to be mindful of ideally trying to take 2 of the other core APs if you can. It's more excusable in that case. It's still not optimal. That's fine that she was using the APES to double up with in science and still taking, sort of an honors advanced, pre-AP bio in 10th grade. So that wasn't bad. A problem comes in here where she actually dropped AP Environmental Science in the second semester. That we're going to get into. She should have put this in the additional information section. I don't think it should go in the additional information section of the common application. We're going to talk about that later, how to sort of position the situation with her dropping AP Environmental Science in the second semester of 10th grade. Because it was a double, she was doubling up on science. It's not terrible, but it's not a great look. It needs to be explained. I don't think the student in the application is the best person to be explaining that. For 11th grade, she took AB Physics 1, no problem, right? Generally speaking, for students who are not engineering, math adjacent, usually have them lean a little bit more towards AP Bio or Chem, but it doesn't matter. None of them are particularly relevant to her narrative, so that's totally fine. She took AP Physics 1 in 11th grade and did well. Now, 12th grade, she has AP Computer Science, and then AP Research. There's no core science class in here. So APCS is not a science class. AP Research, which I believe she labeled as a science class, is not really not a science class, right? It's like an elective or an other class. This is not ideal. If possible, I would try to swap one of either AP Computer Science or AP Research. I would try to swap for AP Bio or AP Chem and get to 2 APs in the core trinity of science classes. I just don't think it's a good look. Can she get away with it? People get away with murder. Getting away with and despite something is very different than getting in because of something. And so your candidacy is being evaluated on net, and on net relative to the applicant pool. You can get away potentially with a million different things, but if you're trying to give yourself the highest probability of getting in, this is not ideal. Would this look way worse if she were positioning for something in STEM? Like if she were planning on doing something that was biology related or something and she can take AP Bio, that would get closer to like egregious, particularly because she has so many AP in college classes. It's like, why are you not taking a relevant AP? It looks like you're trying to duck around something that's very relevant. It doesn't look as bad here because she is firmly in the humanities and social sciences. So the science is less relevant, but still suboptimal. And given the fact that she has so many AP and college courses and 25 total honors advanced AP college courses, it's just not a great look that she's not even she's only taking one of the core AP sciences. So my opinion here would be to get into either AP Bio or Chem for senior year, unless there's something that I'm missing. Sometimes there's some crazy logistics situation or the class is full or you just can't change it at this point in time. I would say that this is definitely a bit of a weakness and it won't be preferred by admissions officers at the top colleges. In terms of some of her relevant course rigor, so we discussed that STEM is not as relevant or narrative, but some potentially relevant course rigor to sort of this East Asian narrative, East Asian studies, languages, literatures, as we're going to sort of see. So AP Japanese is relevant. She's taken 2 APs in English, AP Lang and AP Lit in 11th and 12th grade, and she's taken 4 years of AP History / social science, right? So she took AP Human Geography in 9th grade, AP World in 10th grade, AP US History in 11th grade, and AP Gov in 12th grade. In terms of sort of the relevant categories of AP courses, she's checking a lot of boxes there. She's basically for foreign language, for English, and for history, she's taken basically just about all that she can. And also she took AP Seminar, which is generally considered sort of a precursor to AP Lang as well, to add that to the list here. Okay, in terms of test scores, PSAT was a 1490 out of 1520. Her index on that was a 222. So the index is what actually gets used for national merit semifinalists. If you don't know what I'm talking about, we have an episode on PSAT and national merit. So these awards are going to get announced usually at the turn of August going into September. For her state in the past, 214 usually has been the cutoff. And again, if you don't know what I'm talking about with this index, this is what actually is used to compute, sort of your standing with respect to national merit semifinalist. And I discussed sort of the formula for creating this index score, but it's also on students' PSAT score reports from junior year as well. There'll be an index score. So for her state for 2024, 2025, this past year, the index cutoff was a 214 and she's at a 222. So there's only a few states, United States, New Jersey is one of them, where this index wouldn't be good enough for national merit. So she's clearly going to be a national merit semifinalist, which I did add to her honors, even though she hasn't officially been given it yet. SAT score 1550, equally balanced here. So she had a 770 on the verbal part, 780 on the math. That's very nice that it's a pretty clean split. With 1550, it's hard to have a big disparity. Again, if you're positioning for something, you want to make sure that your hook, whatever's relevant to that. If you're more humanities and social sciences, the verb is a little bit more relevant. If you're engineering or hardcore STEM, the math is a little bit more relevant. Again, you should just generally be super strong and getting such a high score that even at 1550, even if you had an 800 on the math, the lowest that she could have would be a 750 on the verbal, which would be more relevant to her narrative, but that's still fine, right? It starts to get sketchier when you have, a 700 or something, or a 710, and then, a 790, right? And you don't have them in the right sections given what your hook is. So she took this in 9th grade. Just a note here, there are some colleges that do not like students taking the SAT this early and using that as their score for colleges. So Carnegie Mellon's one of them. They advise against it. MIT advises against it. And part of that is I think that they're sort of saying that you might not be at your top potential to hit your top score. Usually they'll say 10th grade or later is fine. So it's not a big deal, but most students, I mentioned this on the podcast before, most students should be generally targeting to start their SAT and ACT process, usually about halfway through 10th grade. So she took it earlier. It's fine. Some schools sort of caution against it, but it's not going to be a big deal. And she also took the ACT anyway in junior year. SAT 1550, you took that in 9th grade. ACT 36, so perfect score as you would prefer. The perfect scores were English and reading, and then math and science were 35s out of 36. So a very slight difference, obviously, but you would prefer that the English and reading were the higher scores, just because it's more relevant to her narrative. And very few students take the writing section on the ACT. We generally don't suggest it because just a lot of students don't do well in the writing. This is the essay section. The sample could be used against students to sort of compare it to their college writing. If you have editing, there's just no real upside. The colleges don't really even consider it very much, the writing section anymore in the ACT. The SAT already got rid of the writing section several years ago. It's very rare to see a student take the writing section anymore in the ACT. The student actually did get a perfect score on the ACT writing, which is very nice. Then in terms of APs, as we do this podcast, the AP scores from her junior year just came out for 2025. But we didn't have those scores at the time of putting everything together for this podcast, so I don't know what score she just got from her junior year APs, but we do have the ones from 9th and 10th grade. 5 on human geography, 5 on CS principles, 5 on world history, 5 on pre-calc, 4 on seminar, 4 on APES, AP environmental science. So pretty solid. 4s and 5s are generally fine for most of the top colleges. You would report them, right? If you don't report one of the 4s, for example, they might think that you got a 3 or lower. So if you get a 4, you definitely report it to the top colleges. It goes in the application. APs are not super paramount, but having a bunch of AP scores that are 5s certainly is potentially helpful to your application. Particularly the top colleges. They can show a lot of subject proficiency. The SAT and the ACT are more generic exams. And so given that we particularly don't have any SAT subject tests anymore, the AP sort of, serve in lieu as, sort of assess more specific subject proficiency. It's not absolutely stellar with the 2 4s, particularly because APES isn't considered a very rigorous AP in the first place. However, the APE score makes sense given that it seems like she dropped it in second semester. Not the most stellar in the world, but totally fine. Not an issue. For recommendations, so her mom passed along here that she chose or is in the process of choosing her APUSH teacher, AP US history from 11th grade. So there are conventions, just as I talked about some conventions for course selection, there are conventions for recommendation selection. I've covered these on the podcast before, but I'll recap them here. Conventions for choosing recommendation letters, you generally want 2 teachers. Most of the top colleges will also require a letter from your school counselor. So 2 teachers, some colleges require none, like the UC's, University of Florida. USC doesn't require any. So there are colleges that don't require any teachers. Some will only read 1, such as USC. So it really depends, but there are a lot of top colleges that will require and will read 2 teacher recommendations. So you generally need to be prepared to have 2 teacher recommendations. Now, in terms of picking the teachers, they should ideally be teachers who taught you in 11th grade and later. And since in 12th grade, you don't really have much of a track record in the class or with the teacher unless they've taught you before, 12th grade's not ideal, particularly if that's the first time that you've had the teacher. So usually you want these teachers to have been in 11th grade. Now, if they were in additional years on the bookends of that, so if they were 11th and they're teaching you in 12th, that's even better. If they taught you in 10th and they're going to teach you in 11th, that's great. If they taught you in 9th, they're going to teach you in 11th. But 11th is really sort of that key inflection point where it's the most recent. There's a strong recency bias around 11th grade, right? Particularly those 11th year, those grades when you're taking usually your max course rigor, it's the closest. And that's why some of the schools, as I mentioned, they don't like students taking the SAT or the ACT in 9th grade because it's a little bit stale. That score is a little bit stale and there's not as much recency to it potentially, right? And so it's a bit of the same thing. They don't want a teacher recommendation from somebody who taught you in 9th grade, and this is going to be 3 years from when you're entering the college, right? Because there's potentially a lot of change or growth or development. Maybe you went downhill. There's a strong recency bias, and 11th grade is sort of ideally you're picking 11th grade teachers who taught you in at least 11th grade and potentially in other grades as well. Now, there's a lot of asterisks here, right? If your 11th grade teachers, you can only get one of them, and then basically everybody else is going to write you a terrible letter of recommendation. There are certain handicapping principles where you sort of say, okay, all my other 11th grade teachers are going to write me a 4 out of 10 recommendation letter. Well, then you have to take that into account, right? And so then, yeah, there might be some anomalous situation where you say, okay, I'm going to do my 10th grade teacher, and hopefully they're teaching me in 12th grade as well, but I'm doing my 10th grade teacher, or they only taught me in 10th grade because that's like a 9 out of 10. I can give them all sorts of great anecdotes that are related to my hook and my positioning, and none of my other 11th grade teachers are going to be able to write me a good letter. The most important factor by far is the overall quality of a letter of recommendation. And this is sort of it's another psychological factor, but a lot of admissions officers, what they say, what they put on a website is just an abstract. And when they're reading a letter of recommendation in committee to see whether they should admit you or not, and they're pulling fragments from the letter of recommendation, they're not thinking if this person says you're like the best student in the world, that's going to take the lead over, oh, but it was it was a 10th grade teacher or something, right? And so you have to really think in a realistic sense what stands out the most. If you have a teacher who taught you in 11th grade and it's a core teacher and it's AP calculus, and you're doing engineering, their letter is just not that great, and that gets read in committee or just gets read individually by an admissions officer. I mean, just think about it, right? You're reading a lackluster letter. How's that going to make you feel about the person? So there are certain handicap principles, sort of, I'll say like how many points you would be willing to give for sort of to meet or to break different conventions, right? But generally speaking, you want to have teachers from 2 core subjects, right? So not from art class, not some supplementary class, not from gym. You want to have them from 2 core subjects, and you want them to ideally have taught you in 11th grade at least, if not in additional grades, because there's a strong recency bias, and 12th grade is a little bit too late, particularly if that's the first time that they've taught you. The other factor, the other convention, these are conventions. These are not absolute requirements, but they are conventions. You ideally want to have a STEM teacher, and you want to have a humanities or social science teacher, right? So you want them to be well balanced. If you're going to break that convention, you better have a good reason for why you're breaking the convention, because the school could potentially hold it against you, right? So pretty much all schools say they want them to have taught you in the later grades, ideally 11th grade. They want 2 of them. They want them to be in balanced subjects from core classes, right? So this student has their A+ teacher, taught them in 11th grade, going to be teaching them AP research in 12th grade. That's all great. They already wrote them successful letters for Yale Young Global Scholars, which is a very selective program. for their Harvard Book Award that they won, their Bank of America Student Leadership Program. So this recommendation is already vetted because the students already applied, and this is great if you can do this. We don't 100% know, you can't assign direct causality here, but it definitely gives you a feeling of confidence. This person has written you letters of recommendation in the past, and you've gotten these into these good programs or these good awards before. All right, so that's great. Number 2, however, is Japanese teacher has taught the student through 10th through 12th. So the good parts here, Japanese, it's relevant to the student's admissions narrative. That's another extra plus factor, is you ideally want one of the two teachers to also be relevant to your admissions narrative. So students going to be in the East Asian studies and languages, so that's great, right? So that's a check there. It is a core class because it's a foreign language. They've taught them for 3 years, not only in 11th grade, but for 3 years. Lots of continuity. The mom reports that the teacher likes Amy very much, though she says she doesn't know how she actually writes. So in some cases, you're not sure how emotionally effusive the person is. If they're a little bit dry, sometimes doesn't lead to the best letter. If there's any sort of, this happens with particularly research mentors. Some of them have English is not their first language. So if you get a supplementary recommendation from a research mentor, sometimes there could be a bit of a language barrier there. It can be accounted for by admissions officers, but it's still not, it still doesn't get you that extra oomph of somebody who writes amazingly well and with a lot of emotion, and you put a lot of emotion behind your letter, right? It's just really effusive. So a lot of these are checked off. The problem is that both of her letters of recommendation are both from humanities or social science teachers. There's no STEM. And so if I'm looking at this already, right, so obviously a very strong overall profile, but one of the issues, one of the weaknesses that I already started to pinpoint was that she looks like she's kind of ducking around some of the harder science courses in terms of her course selection, right? She dropped AP Environmental Science, not even considered one of the more rigorous, AP science classes. That's not a great look. Not taking any hard AP sciences, not even really taking any sciences at all by any conventional definition in 12th grade. That's not a great look. And now it sort of looks with the recommendation letters, there's no STEM teacher who's writing. Kind of looks a little bit like we're kind of dodging around, sort of the STEM part of the application a little bit here, right? Now, again, it's a little nitpicky, right? Obviously, she's a Calc BC by 11th grade. She's post-Calc BC with Calc 3 honors in 12th grade, number 1 in the class. But again, we're looking for, any potential weaknesses or things to shore up here. So I don't love that. It is going against convention. That being said, and so what would be better here would be an AP Physics teacher, an AP Calculus teacher, right? They're from 11th grade, and they're core, hard-hitting bread and butter classes. Now, what you would do in this situation is you would start writing everything out. So we give our kids a spreadsheet, we have them rate, but most importantly, you have to start writing out the anecdotes from the class. What is this teacher going to say? What could I provide them to say, right? And if there's basically no anecdotes, right? You never went to the office hours, there wasn't this project you went above and beyond, you didn't help your classmate or tutor them this time in calculus or physics, they're not going to write you a great letter. If this is going to be like the calculus or the physics to be able to create what we ideally want to follow convention with the humanities and social science and then a STEM recommendation, if in doing so, we're going to add a very poor recommendation letter to the mix, it's not usually worth it, right? So if that calculus or physics teacher is going to write a 6 out of 10 and the Japanese teacher is going to write a 9 out of 10, that's too much of a fall off, right? If the calc teacher or the physics teacher is going to write an 8 out of 9, and students are very bad at estimating this, you need to provide the evidence, right? It's like I keep saying the same thing. It's like evidence and things need to be substantiated. I don't care that you say you want to study business because you think it sounds good. I don't care that you think you want to be a doctor because you think it sounds good, right? It's like we all know a whole bunch of people who are like, I'm going to start working out, 5 days a week. It's just like, I don't care. Just tell me when you've done it, right? Don't tell me, it's not what you say, it's what you do, right? So we need to look at the actual hard evidence. I don't care if you say you want to do business, show me you've actually done business, right? So actions are much more of an honest signal than words. We all intuitively understand this. So students are not great at estimating the quality of a letter of recommendation. So the best way to estimate is you start writing out all the anecdotes that you would give the teacher or all the details or what they would put in the letter. And then this is just sort of like a, pros and cons. Like you could see it all written out, right? And so for if one teacher, if you're a Japanese teacher, you have 18 things. You have this story, I went above and beyond, and I did this, and I was in the library till 2 a.m. and I was studying this, and then I helped this student. Remember when we were talking about all this extra stuff in office hours, and you got 18 of those, and then you go to your calc teacher and you go to your physics teacher and you have like 2 of them. Yeah, that's not good. But that's an evidence-based approach, not a theoretical, students will be like, "Oh, I think this is a 6 or I think this is a 9." Right? It's like, "No, no, no. Write it out." Right? And if you can't write it out, if you don't have the anecdotes, how the heck are they supposed to have the anecdotes? What do you think that they're gonna put in there? There's a certain number of points that I would be willing to give here for the calc and the physics, right? And it's probably 2 max out of 10, right? 2 max to stick with the convention, right? So if that calc or that physics is gonna be an 8, 8.5, and Japanese is gonna be a 10, you might consider it. It's still marginal because the Japanese is nice because it is relevant to the student's East Asian narrative. My guess is that we're just gonna stick with things as is. It's probably not arbitrary. I'm sure this family has had many students who've gone on to top colleges. I'm sure the mom is highly aware of this, with the STEM and humanities, so I don't think this was arbitrary where they just forgot that you should usually have a STEM, 1 STEM, and then 1 humanities and social sciences. I'm just pointing it out. I assume it's non-arbitrary, and the Japanese teacher was chosen because we do believe that they are stronger in terms of recommendation letter by a non-trivial margin, which I'll define as sort of probably at least 2 or 3 points plus out of 10 compared to the calc and physics teacher. But if that is not the case, and the calc and physics are fairly comparable in terms of the quality and the actual anecdotes, then you would want to stick with the convention of having the social science humanities teacher, which I probably would just stick with the A-push teacher because they're sort of the more vetted, tried and true. They've written the recommendation letter. It's been successful in the past. And it is just a core subject here. Japanese foreign language is totally fine. It's a core subject, but out of the 5, it's probably the least core out of all of them. I'm guessing that probably the Japanese is better by a non-trivial margin, in which case we're going to override the typical convention. But if that's not the case, and it's only, half a point or 1 point, or maybe even up to like 1.5 points, you might consider the calc or physics. Okay. For the counselor here, the mom will write a stellar recommendation as counselor knows and likes her possible 10 out of 10. So that's great. Again, never take for granted. I've mentioned this on earlier episodes. Never take for granted these people remember everything about you. It's great that they like you, they love you. Hopefully you talk to them a bunch. Hopefully they know a bunch of things off the top of their head, but leave nothing to chance. Leave nothing to chance. Still give them a cover letter. They don't have a student brag sheet or parent brag sheet. Give it to them. Put all the information there. Nice email, bullet pointed. Allow them to just have that by their elbow as they're writing your letter of recommendation so they don't forget anything, right? You are dealing with the real world and with human beings. It's messy. These people write a lot of letters of recommendation. They might be a procrastinator. They might be doing it the night before. That a letter of recommendation is due. Just make it as easy for them as you possibly can. Never rest on your laurels and just assume that because you have a great relationship or they like you a bunch, that's great. That's great. That's why you're asking them for your letter of recommendation in the first place. There's more emotional oomph behind it. Well, they should remember things off the top of their head, right? But do not count on it. The principal has agreed to write her a letter of recommendation, but don't know if this is necessary. I've sort of articulated my stance on supplementary recommendations in prior episodes. Over the years, increasingly have not been a big fan. They thicken the application. It's totally optional. A lot of colleges will not even read the supplementary recommendations. So you really have to make sure that's adding new information, and it has to be really compelling. Otherwise, you're just pissing off the admissions officer. So if the counselor recommendation is excellent, it's quite a bit redundant. The principal, again, people do the same things with the recommendations. They think, oh, I know Bob, he's on this board at Duke, so like his, that letterhead or his title is going to be important. And so you're kind of doing the same thing. It's the principal, so it's like a higher position at the school. Maybe that holds some extra weight, but it's mostly redundant with the counselor recommendation. There shouldn't be a ton that the principal could say that the counselor couldn't already say in their letter of recommendation. So they're basically serving overlapping purposes, which is to contextualize the student in the context of their school community in particular, right? A teacher is describing the student in the context of the classroom and particularly that class. I say a lot, these teachers, when they ask you for a resume, they should not be asking you for a resume. It's not their job, unless they supervise you in a club, to be talking about your involvement in the extracurricular community. They don't supervise, so how would they know? They're speaking from a place of weakness. But when it comes to your counselor, a resume is great. Things you've done in the clubs, how you've made your community better, how you've made the school better. They can also speak to some of the academics. This student basically has taken, the hardest coursework, or they did this thing that basically no other students do in terms of doubling up on AP Science. They can describe and contextualize the academic index, but their first and foremost role is to contextualize you in the broader school community. It's more adjacent to an extracurricular letter, whereas the teacher is very much in the confines of that particular class and that subject area, right? And so the principal and the counselor are going to be very redundant. And I don't like adding more information to an application unless it has marginally novel information or more impressive information. So I would generally stay away from it. If there's anything that you think the principal would say that the counselor would not of their own accord say, just give it to the counselor anyway. And you could say that, hey, counselor, if you have such a great relationship with them, hey, counselor, this is something the principal volunteered, but I don't want to put too much information in my college application. This was something I think the principal was going to say. Could you maybe put it in a letter somehow, or say that you talked with the principal about it and, etc. It's very easy. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to go through the student's resume, their activities, and their awards. Students sent a long form resume, which is great. Everybody should have a very long form resume that is basically everything you've ever done, right? Like every little accomplishment, everything, even if some of it was in middle school, just put it in there. Just put it in there, have a huge repository of just everything you've done so you don't forget it, and keep a running log over all of the years of high school, even potentially late middle school, right? That is as I've analogized previously on the podcast, that is like all of the messy film footage when you film a movie, right? That's like the 7 hours of unedited, footage. It's messy. It's got too long of a scene here. The application's the final film trailer, right? This is like the 8-minute film trailer, right? That's the final, most compelling version of the long form. That's messy, right? So you want to have a messy long form resume. And the resume that I got was definitely messy, very messy. But that's good. You want to have everything in there chronicled and archived. So then okay, I'm taking, this long form resume on my left, and now I'm deciding how to sort of start hacking away at it and cutting it into a film trailer for the actual application, right? So, I did this thing in 9th grade, but ended up not being relevant to my hook. I'm not going to include it in the application, etc. So we're going to talk about some of the stuff that we ended up removing. For now, I'm going to go through what the student actually put in the Common App PDF that they sent. I'm also going to do this just to show some of the mistakes with the original draft. I don't know how seriously they took the original draft of the application, if they were just throwing some things in there to use that as a container to send to me, or if they were actually taking it quite seriously. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt and say they sort of just kind of threw a bunch of stuff in the application because it was a little messy and I will have a lot of gripes, a lot of things, but hopefully I'm going to sort of go through, not nitpick on the student, but to show a lot of potential mistakes that many other students may make, and that the student otherwise would also potentially make. I'm going to go back and I'm going to sort of revise some of what they put in their application, in the common application. But first, I'm just going to actually use it to just sort of convey their resume. So in the education section, this is where the awards go. So they have National High School Poetry contest that was published for a piece. They have a book film festival grand prize for a book trailer they created that was related to sort of a Japanese boy. A national amateur poetry competition. The piece was published in a poetry anthology in 2025. So they have a lot of singing awards. Music is sort of a prominent part of the students, sort of the resume. So they have an international vocal competition, and that led to being a 2-time soloist at Carnegie Hall. They finished second and third place in this international competition in 2024 and 2025. And so that sort of leads to a solo at Carnegie Hall. They won a Yale Book Award and a Harvard Book Award, and so they put this into the same award here, both of the book awards. So book awards are given away by alumni associations of these respective colleges. A lot of book awards are usually given away at a given high school to the students who are in the top 10% of the grade. Obviously, at the student's high school, there's like 70 kids in the top 10%, so there's not usually enough book awards. But there's some schools where maybe there's only 15 or 20 kids in the top 10%. And so you have a Harvard Book Award, you have a Yale Book Award, you have a Dartmouth Book Award, you have a Princeton Book Award, you have all these different book awards that are given away. Usually one to a student at the high school. They're certainly fine awards. They're more generic awards. And so there's a difference between generic awards and then sort of field specific awards, right? If you place in the top 10 in Regeneron and you're a STEM student, that's very specific and very vocational to your field and your hook. It's a more impressive award than something where it's just a generic award, right? It's like maybe you do an application, they look at your GPA. The problem with that is it's what I refer to as an epiphenomenal award, right? There's not a lot of new information that went into the selection of you as an award recipient that I don't already have in the rest of your application, right? So if to win the Yale Book Award, you need to have like, service and need to be elected by a teacher and get a teacher, like a lot of these awards have the same factors. They kind of look like a mini application, right? You need to get a teacher recommendation. You need to have some service or a resume. They look at your grades, they look at your test scores, but all of that's already going to the colleges anyway, right? And so it's quite redundant in a lot of senses. So the awards that are usually going to be the best are the ones that are field specific, right? So for example, her writing awards, more impressive. I'm going to give those greater weight than more generic awards. So she has the Yale Book Award. She has the Harvard Book Award here. So only student at the high school, it looks like, for each of these awards, I think. And then they put a certain number in their whole state. They put 1 out of 10 in the whole state, which is probably the more impressive part. So 1 out of 10 in the whole state to receive these awards. So that's what they currently have in here. I'll get into some sort of revisions and whatnot, but that gives just sort of a sense of some of the awards, at least that they put in their top 5, right? There's going to be a whole additional information section. So again, they have a poetry contest. They have a book film festival grand prize. They have another poetry with a publication. They have a couple of singing awards culminating in Carnegie Hostels, which is obviously great. But you're applying to academic institutions, and so fitting music and making it relevant to main liberal arts colleges is something we're going to sort of discuss here. And they have the Yale Book Award and the Harvard Book Award, which are certainly fine and notable accomplishments. Then in terms of activities, the student did the Stanford Program in International and Cross-Cultural Education, known as SPICE. So this was different programs focused on different East Asian studies. So China, Korea, and Japan did all 3 of them. She then did some senior living, home singing for some seniors. So I'm just reading again off of what's in her resume here, at least how she presented it. I'm gonna obviously present it quite a bit differently. Was a founder and a writing instructor of a summer writing camp, so that ties into the writing narrative. Was a soprano, chantress, and gospel muse. I think that's her own attempt at humor there for a church sort of praise team. I don't love that one. Going in activities, particularly not as number 4, a student leader of the Bank of America Student Leadership Program. That is a well-known program, pretty prestigious, known by a lot of top colleges, not without some of its problems, but still a notable accolade/program. She was on a superintendent student advisory group for education on the State Board of Education. So was one of 2 selected to work with state education leaders and serve as an ambassador of the school district. It's not relevant to the hooks. I'm not a huge fan of that. That's going to get bumped from the activities list. Korean calligrapher, part of a, sort of local Korean American association. That is going to be relevant, but the art part of it doesn't tie in as much the writing per se. There's sort of the writing or the English theme that I think is more prominent. She puts here she was a soloist at concerts, sort of just a mixed bag of sort of things, places that she sang at, did national anthems, and as part of her student group at high school. Then we have a summer writing camp program, and then we have a muralist. She was a muralist for a nonprofit organization. She painted a 10-foot by 40-foot mural of a vibrant garden for a local nonprofit. So there's some good things in here. I will say this student's profile in terms of the resume is very asymmetric towards honors and awards versus really high value activities. What she currently has in here, the SPICE program's fine. Like it's solid. in terms of the number of students that are selected for it. She'll say later on that she was the only student who did all 3 of the programs, China, Korea, and Japan. It's obviously relevant to her narrative. It's approaching a higher value activity. It's not the highest value thing in the world. The senior living, very common community service, writing instructor, the summer writing camp. I don't love it because she only did it in 10th grade and she only did it for 3 hours a week for 8 weeks. So it's only 24 hours. That really should have been something ideally she continued and scaled up and built it out more. So that's not high value. The church, music, just a very low level activity. From a college admissions perspective, the Bank of America student leadership, that is higher value. It's a little bit on the fence of whether that's really more of an honor or an activity. Obviously, it's a very big time commitment, but I would say most of the value is actually generated just by the selection, not by the massive amount of time you have to commit to the activity, which is why I don't love this award, because it's not like research where you're working a lot of hours. You're working on something relevant to your hook. In this case, you work at, sort of a generic community service place like the Boys and Girls Club. And so the actual content of the activity just looks like a lot of generic community service anyway, right? So the content of as an activity, it's not really a very impressive activity. As an award, yes, it's notable, right? It's well known by colleges and certainly respected. So we'll consider that high value, but it's definitely on the fence. I consider it more, almost all the value derives from actually just the selection versus any of the contents of the bullet points and the contributions. So we kind of got 1.5 higher value activities. The student advisory group, the problem is just not relevant to her hook, right? It's just a generic, if she were planning going into education or something with education policy or anything that were relevant, it could potentially be better if she had a lot of interesting contributions. The number of people they selected and so that she was chosen, that's all great, right? And these sort of metrics, the scarcity, I was 1 out of this number of people chosen, that's all great. You want to put that in the application to show them your scarcity, but it's not relevant to anything. The Korean calligraphy, it's relevant to the East Asian. It's not as much like the actual writing and the English and the poetry and the creative writing part that I think is more prominent in her resume. So it's kind of like East Asian plus the arts, but it's not as precise as I think it could be. And then there's just a bunch of like singing concerts there, which are fine. There's some big, sort of donation numbers, sing a national anthem, which is certainly fine. So that's not bad. And then there's a summer writing camp, which is fine. It's relevant, but I don't see anything particularly exceptional about it outside of some of the accolades, maybe of the people that she was sort of, being mentored by. And then she did put later published 6 poems. So that's fine. But I already kind of got a lot of that publishing of poems and awards from, her honors section. And then the muralist is certainly fine. But I would say this is, as currently constructed, this is like 1.5 high value activities. And the Bank of America, I don't even really consider. It's just not enough meat as an activity. I really consider it more of an award. I will keep it in the activity section later on, but I just don't think, and this is why I don't love this program. I told this to a student who had this award, this selection pending in the spring. And I've mentioned this on the podcast on one of the last couple of episodes. It's a very large time commitment that takes a large chunk of a student's summer. And the opportunity cost is very high. And you're basically getting no real value after you've been selected. Like that, all the value basically is just in the selection. And so the reason why a lot of these programs have value to the colleges is there's pre-selection, right? It's just some other committee that's well known has already said, this student has a stamp of approval. Right? It's like if I say, there's John, do you like John? And then all of a sudden you find out 8 other people like John, you tend to like John more, right? So it's just pre-selection, right? This is just a normal social phenomenon. For example, the bullet points for the Bank of America student leadership are, was paid to do an 8-week internship at a Boys and Girls Club. So it just sounds like basically any other community service activity in the world. So you did put hands-on experience with operating a nonprofit. Whatever part of that needs to be spotlit way more because there needs to be more unique or interesting contributions here. She didn't have a lot of this on the resume, but I would say that needs to be focused on a lot more because if it just seems like very generic community service, you're also being paid. She put saved earnings for Mac Pro. Definitely do not put that in your bullet points. I'm going to go through some of these more detailed revisions later on. We'll come back to this in some of the revisions, but I would say her profile on the resume front is very asymmetric towards honors and awards, not so much high value activities. She's much higher value awards, then she has higher value activities. But again, there's some good stuff, right? You have some relevant stuff with some of the East Asian themes, SPICE program at Stanford, the Bank of America program. The selection again is, it's well known there. She has some other Korean, she has some writing stuff that will be relevant to the narrative. So it's not bad. Again, it's just very asymmetric. In terms of the additional information section that she sent over, so she put a big paragraph on all of the Stanford programs at SPICE. But it's just, there's nothing really in here. It's not necessary. The activities list description should be more than sufficient to fit in all of this. It's just, this isn't a special, like a really detailed, research project that worked on for 3 years with a university professor in a lab. And, there's a whole abstract, and I did this methods, and I did data analysis, and then I helped with publishing the manuscript. It's not that deep. There's a few papers that were the culmination of the class, and then they're mostly attending lectures and speakers. You don't need to put in things here like nominated by my history teacher. It doesn't matter. That's the same for pretty much all of these programs, right? You have to have been nominated or any teacher recommendations. Like, it's not really conveying any unique information. So this doesn't need to go in the additional information section. You don't need any overflow. If she ran a major nonprofit or a major organization, or her summer writing camp, she did it for multiple years and she scaled it and she got it to be in 15 different states, and she did the marketing and she did all that. That can go in the additional information section because you don't have no space to detail all of that value in the activities list. But there's just not enough marginal value that needs to be described for the SPICE program to go in the additional information section. So she put that in here. It's not really necessary. For writing award, she put Scholastic Art and Writing Contest, gold key. That needs to be spotlit more and should be, I'm going to revise this and put this higher in her honors list. She won another poetry contest, top 10 best among thousands of entries. She did a Japanese festival haiku contest, another international poetry and art contest award. For music, has a few different music competitions, an honors performance series at Carnegie Hall, was top 10 vocalist in her state. So some of these music awards are certainly good. The Scholastic Awards, very good. Some of them are going to run up against some potential issues. Like, some of these could be a little bit like pay-to-play programs. And so this is where there are some things that are clearly very good, very legitimate, very well known by admissions officers. And there's just like a whole bunch of awards out there where it's just maybe the pool isn't super strong, doesn't have the name brand, it's a for-profit organization, it's a pay-for-play, it's like half pay-for-play, but like kind of legitimate. It gets really messy, and this is a lot of the art of admissions and the non-standardization of admissions, which is just like kids report a million different awards, and it's like, admissions officers don't know all of them for sure across a million different fields, right? So we're going to sort of, create a bit of a hierarchy here. So there are definitely some very impressive ones, like Scholastic, the Gold Key. Then there's just like some local ones where it's just like nobody's going to know this little local contest or, this other award. So definitely some really solid ones though mixed among here. And then some honest signals, right? If you're one of the top 10 vocalists in your state for something, well, that's an honest signal of scarcity. So that helps give me a better sense. So some good stuff there. Presidential Volunteer and Service Award, bronze. It's mostly an epiphenomenal award. It's not super important nor impressive. Was a Davidson Scholar, so this is sort of a center for, gifted youth. This is different from being a Davidson Fellow, which is extremely prestigious. There's 20 or 25 of them. That's an extremely impressive award. This is a scholar, so it's sort of like Johns Hopkins, Northwestern. There's different centers for talented and gifted youth, terms which I particularly dislike, but I will save that digression for another podcast. So that's fine. It's not anything huge or super compelling. And then Yale Young Global Scholars is a very well-known summer program at Yale. She puts that she was unable to attend due to a scheduling conflict, and then she put some extra additional context on some other stuff below, which I'm not going to get into. But just to get a sense of her resume and sort of to recap it, she has a lot of writing awards, a lot of things being published, Scholastic Award. She has some more generic awards like the book awards, but certainly shows some scarcity. The only student in her high school, a certain number of students in her state. She has some big singing awards, the Carnegie Hall solos. Those are obviously great. The only problem is how do they fit into the narrative and the hook, right, for sort of an academic student. In terms of the activities, she's got the SPICE program at Stanford that relates to the East Asian studies. She's got some writing stuff, but nothing super deep. that I really love. Like, I wish she really would have taken the writing workshop program and really scaled it and gone a lot more deep into it. Like, if you're sort of asking me a bit to like read into what type of student this is, I get a lot more that this is sort of, so I have the archetypes of the intellect and the doer, and I get more intellect from the student. I get more, this student is sort of the student who writes quietly in her bedroom at her writing desk than the student who's sort of like taking, like in front of a lot of people, like leading an organization or something, right? I get more of the intellect spectrum. And there's always certain fields that lean one way or the other. Like, I would generally say writers, I would characterize more as intellects, like generally higher in introversion, versus sort of the person who's very vociferous and they're out there and they're leading, and, different fields have different sorts of traits. Because the activities are not as pronounced as the awards. For an award, obviously you may need to sing in front of a lot of people. A lot of awards are, you sit down, you write an application, or your teachers nominate you, or something like that, right? It's not a lot of particularly high agency leadership, for example, right? So I'm getting more of the sort of the intellect sort of archetype here than sort of the doer, where it's like a student might have maybe fewer awards, but they took they had a writing workshop program, they scaled that. The Korean club, which we're gonna mention that she was part of, they have, like, a lot more contributions, a lot more depth. They built it to X number of members, etcetera, right? So this is just the profile that I'm sort of modeling. She's very awards heavy and not as much sort of leaning towards that sort of, like, very high value, scaling things, very high agency leadership. That's my impression, right? And that's what, as an admissions officer, sort of creates an impression. That's sort of what it looks like if you're just reading on paper. Now, people might be like, no, I'm not actually like that at all. You are whatever the perception is. So you are the two-dimensional version. There was a parent way back when she said, oh, this process is so dehumanizing. Yeah, you're a two-dimensional piece of paper, right? It's like, of course, then there's another side. You're a three-dimensional holistic person, and we want to get into your soul and know who you are. This is a therapy session. You are what you are presented as. You are the perception that you create through your application, right? So if that doesn't seem right, well, then you have a presentation issue. You didn't present yourself in the manner, because what you think you are, you either have a self-awareness problem or you have a presentation problem, right? So be very mindful of that. I think it's very important for people to understand, no, you are a two-dimension. You are a two-dimensional representation. You are the 40 pages of your application. And of course, you want your voice to come through in the essays, and we're going to talk about that. And you want there to be some emotion. You want the passion to come through, for sure. But it's still all in two dimensions on a piece of paper, outside of maybe an interview, which mostly doesn't matter for the most part anyway in admissions. And many colleges don't do interviews anymore. So it's very important to understand you can be the best person in the world. You can have the most impressive resume in the world, but you are 100% reducible when it comes down to the application process, the admissions process. You are 100% reducible to the pages, the 30 pages that they read in your application. That's the impression that I sort of get, right? Very sort of more asymmetric towards honors, awards, very smart, very strong metric students, but some of the activities are a little bit lacking, and I don't love the sort of writing passion, but then only doing, like, it kind of feels like it was just like obligatory. It's like, let me do this for college. That might not be the reality, but there's just going to be an impression that's generated in the admissions officer's eyes, right? And so when I see this writing camp that was only done for 24 hours, I sort of say, okay, great. Like, you apply for all these writing awards, etc. But, you only did this one thing and then you stopped in 10th grade, basically. And you only did it for like 8 weeks or something. Definitely a whole bunch of pretty impressive awards, the Carnegie Hall solos, Yale Young Global Scholars, Bank of America program, Scholastic. There's a whole bunch of things that are very well known, and that are definitely very strong signals to colleges. That's all certainly great, and a lot of that will redeem some of the weaknesses, but there are still some weaknesses. In terms of her hook analysis, so the meters of interest, to me, this doesn't really, this is a data point in terms of what the student says they're interested in, but it always just comes down, as I said, to the evidence and how much evidence you have for your interests, right? It needs to be an evidence-based approach. If you say you're interested in X, and I look at your resume and your course selection and your recommendation and all this stuff that doesn't support that, that is very bad, All right. It's going to create a very bad view. One of the things that is a big red flag to me among just like people is like people have very low self awareness, right? They're like, oh, I do things super fast. And then it's like they don't do things super fast. It's like that's doubly bad. Not only do you not do things fast or efficiently, you don't even know that you don't do them fast or efficiently, which means you can't even fix the problem because you don't have good self awareness, right? So you're going to come across as having very poor self awareness and a very poor profile if you don't have the evidence to substantiate your interests that you're telling them and what you want to study at the school. And the way easier part of the equation to fix there is to adapt your narrative to the evidence than to try to change the evidence to fit what you want it to be. Because you're now a senior and you're applying, right? If you're in ninth grade, you can make the evidence mostly what you want because it's all free form and you can shape it over multiple years. But when you're closer to applying, one of these two sides of the equation is quite rigid and one of them is very flexible. The part that's flexible is what narrative you create from the evidence. The evidence is mostly fixed and the horse is mostly in the barn. So, at least in terms of what they conveyed, would be some interest areas: East Asian studies, East Asian languages and cultures, English, history. I don't see a ton of evidence for the history. Obviously, like you could spin this narrative into a million different. A lot of the social sciences are very related. You could pull anthropology, you could pull sociology, you could pull comp lit out of this. Comp lit's certainly not a bad angle, though I think you can get more specific to the sort of literature plus the East Asian with something like the East Asian languages and cultures or East Asian languages and literatures. There's some specific majors at certain schools where it kind of takes that. It's more specific than just comp lit, specifically for East Asian. There's a lot of different things. You could spin this in a whole bunch of different ways. I don't find a lot of evidence for the history. I think it's fine, but I would sort of rule that one out. English, I think, pretty strong evidence. A lot of writing awards, writing program over the summer, writing workshop thing that she did with the students. So I think that one's pretty good. It's strategically advantageous. She's an overrepresented minority, but not going to be particularly overrepresented in humanities, social sciences, and particularly in English. So that's great. Would be a very different story if she wanted to be a doctor. And then, as I said, the East Asian studies I think is fine, but I think we can do better because the East Asian studies to me would be like the SPICE program at Stanford. To me, it's a little bit more government, a little bit more political science. There will be a language part of it at many colleges where you have to take, maybe 2 semesters to get through the second level of a language that's related to that. But it can fit in culture and some arts, but East Asian studies isn't in and of itself usually as amenable just to like the arts and the cultural aspect that she has, or sorry, the arts, sort of the writing and the language. So I want to fit in more of her writing background and combine it with the East Asian aspect. So I like less the East Asian studies and I like more of something like what Yale offers, one of her 2 top choices here for early, which is they offer East Asian studies, yes, but they also offer East Asian languages and literatures. And that's much more the literature is part of that, and the languages, that's gonna be much more into her writing background and sort of some of the arts there, right? So it's a more sort of East Asian, but specifically sort of the arts, and literature. So I like that as a better hybrid, and we subsume a greater amount of variance and value from her resume than just East Asian studies. So I sort of said East Asian studies, what's the main thing from her resume that's relevant? It's like mainly the SPICE program from Stanford, right? And there's some other stuff, yeah, her AP Japanese and some of the stuff where she maybe wrote and there was an intersection with East Asian, but it's mostly when I think East Asian studies, I mostly just think the SPICE program at Stanford. If we do East Asian languages and literatures, now I can see how her writing fits in there. I could fit in her Korean club. I could fit in her Korean calligraphy. I could fit in a way vaster amount of her resume, and I can subsume a lot more of not only the quantity in her resume of activities and awards, but also a lot of the quality in her resume as well, specifically those writing awards and poetry, etc. That to me is going to be number one. So she sort of has 3 different themes in her resume. One is sort of the East Asian studies, sort of more on that, but not necessarily sort of the writing of the arts part of that per se. Then she has the English writing and languages part, so sort of, more of the creative writing, that sort of part. And then she has the music, right? So she sort of has, I've referred to student having a bimodal candidacy or sort of like a double hook. She kind of has a trimodal candidacy. And I don't love these types of candidacies. It's not the end of the world. We could definitely work with it. But what would have been much better is I mentioned this a lot in the Stanford application review episode that I did last fall. The student did not create nexus activities that broke down the wall of the different hooks. And so what I would have liked to have seen the student do is potentially do research with somebody who was working specifically. I was going through the website, I found somebody at Stanford, and they were specifically, at the intersection of East Asian studies plus, some of the arts, right? Or writing or, whatever it is, right? And so that would have been a great nexus activity, right? To sort of consolidate and make it this more consolidated hook versus I sort of have some of my East Asian activities, then I have my writing activities, then I have my music activities and awards, right? It's just a more fragmented profile. We can definitely fix a bunch of it at the end here by just taking 3 different majors and selecting them. But some schools don't allow you to choose 3 different majors, right? So you can't sort of break down or sort of, pick the different majors to sort of subsume all the variants in the resume. Some schools only give you 1 major to do it, and that 1 major might just, like, not really hit most of the mark of most of the resume. And so, you then could potentially explain it in the essay. Sometimes you have more essays, sometimes you have fewer essays to explain it. So really, you want it to be as clear as possible from the activities and the awards, and the way that you do this is when you start to see, "Oh, I have some of these themes," right? Even just from the beginning, when you start with a student, you sort of see, "Oh, they have this interest in this field, but then they also have this interest in this field. Let's start from the very beginning, start to intersect these 2 interests." So, like, from the very beginning, you're already starting to converge the narrative and pick activities and awards that are both, for example, East Asian studies plus the more writing, and English and, sort of arts aspects, right, with her calligraphy and the murals, right? Um, I would have loved if that mural were something that were like had more East Asian themes. It was a garden, but I didn't see anything that had the East Asian themes in it, right? And so that's what you really want. Now she does have some activities. I think she did a cultural night, like a Korean cultural night. We'll go through, but if it's culture and the arts or something that's better. These are the activities that you're looking for, the glue activities or the glue awards. Like in her writing awards, some of the ones that are better are going to be the ones like, the haiku contest, right? Now, that's not going to be like the Scholastic Gold Key or even, the Carnegie Hall solos. This is a local, sort of a niche contest, right? But the great part of it is very niche and it's at the intersection of writing and creative writing and that part of her identity, plus, sort of the East Asian themes because it's haiku, right? So that is like a really good honor or activity. And you're going to see that I'm going to try to spotlight some of those more that sort of intersect or converge the themes. They break down the walls or the fragmentation in her resume from sort of being a trimodal, right? 3 different sort of main themes. The other thing that the student didn't really do here, at least they didn't convey this, and I don't know exactly what their stance is on this, but they didn't convey at all music or studying music in college. You can't you can't really do that because it's gonna look really weird if you just don't incorporate that in the narrative, right? So she has these impressive accolades. She clearly committed a lot of time to music, fit it into the narrative, right? So, we maybe can't fit it in, as seamlessly as maybe we would like because she didn't have any you know, I don't know, she didn't study the origins of, K-pop artists, right? Or sort of the political, implications of the K-pop movement in among US teenage girls using a TikTok analysis or so that'd be awesome. That'd be amazing. Right? Super cool. K-pop is Korean pop for people who don't know what I'm talking about. That would have been super cool. Then you would got some of the music narrated in there, it'd be really interesting. You do research on it. There's some college is studying this stuff. So you shouldn't quite get that in there, but you do need to fit it into the narrative. You don't want to just be off to the side. Like you don't really want anything in your application to just be like, oh, it's just there, right? You want to present as coherent of a picture as you possibly can. Right? This is where we can get back into the woo-woo stuff a little bit, right? The woo-woo of like, you're a human being and, this is a humanizing process and all this stuff, we'll get back into that now, right? Where it's like, you do want this to be a whole person, but you don't want it to be this disjointed person where you're like, oh, there's this music off to the side. This is weird. Like, why didn't she talk? She won like all these awards and clearly like devoted a lot of time. Why didn't she like talk about this at all? Or like, why isn't she interested in studying this at all in college or bringing this to the school community, right? That looks weird, right? And a lot of students do this, particularly with things like music, sports, or community. It's like all these things that they just do, and they're like, it's like, do you want to keep doing that? And they're like, no, right? And you're like, well, that presents a very discontinuous narrative. That's exactly the opposite of what the colleges are looking for. They're looking for the past to be a sign of what you want to do in the future, both at the college and in the world beyond after you graduate. And a lot of students are just like, oh, that's just something I would do in high school, right? Well, it's like maybe you should think about that a little bit more, right? They're looking, I used this terminology in the last episode, they're looking for students who are playing infinite games, not finite games, infinite games, right? Because that's where most accomplishments, most giftedness, most talent, most skills come from is a lot of time plus a lot of compounding progress, right? So, it's not great to have these things that you just sort of did in high school, and now you're just, you're just throwing them to the side and not showing how it's a continuous version of yourself. Now, you may not want to study music in college. You may not want to, that's fine. Still put it in the application. If you want to get in, if your goal is to optimize your college admissions chances, you should put it in the application because it will give you a much better, much better shot. Because again, it shows that first of all, you're capitalizing on your strengths. You spent all this time, you won these impressive awards, get something out of it at the very least, right? Otherwise, it's just a sunk cost. So, you spent all the time accumulating all this evidence, all these activities, get maximum mileage out of it, right? You only have to write these applications for a very small window of time. Get the maximum juice that you can out of the evidence that you've accumulated, right? So we do need to fit music into the narrative and the academic narrative. I'm specifically going to focus here in terms of her positioning. These are the majors, but a lot of people don't understand the positioning and the hooks. They're broader than just the major selection, right? It's what are you going to talk about in your essays, right? It's just what's the through line in how you present your activities and the honors and the additional information section, right? It's the fundamental strategy that guides everything, basically, right? And this is why most students are just chickens with their heads cut off going through high school, and they just have no plan. There's just no plan. You don't know, should I write about this topic for this essay? Should I put this activity higher than that one? Should I? It's like you don't. There's no answer because I don't know what we're trying to accomplish, right? And so I say a lot of people just they ask these questions and they totally decontextualize. Should I put a community service activity as higher than this Korean? It's like I have no idea. What are you positioning for, right? What's your strengths? It'll look at everything, right? So, in terms of her sort of hook, I'll talk about the majors, but these are also represent broader themes and through lines of her application. So, number one will be the East Asian languages and literature. So, I'm talking specifically about Yale and the majors they offer. I just want to get as close to these majors or these themes at the other colleges, right? And so, some schools may not offer certain majors. You'll have to sort of hit it in a different way, but you can talk about it in your essays to sort of get those themes across, right? So it might look a little different for different schools, but you generally want to get as close to this EL version as you can. So East Asian languages and literatures, so that gets her writing background in there, it gets the East Asian themes, the Korean club, it gets the Spice program, EP Japanese, it gets all these East Asian themes, plus it gets her writing background, right? And you could even say, because the major is sort of focused around media and the arts, you could even say it kind of encompasses a bit of her music background as well. So you could say that that selection, not East Asian studies itself, though that's not bad, but this is a much better intersection. You could actually say that this positioning, this major actually comes close to subsuming almost all of her resume, right? Including the music. It's not the best for subsuming the music, but you could still sort of say that the music is still somewhat, an art, a media form, a quote unquote sort of language, quote unquote sort of literature, sort of an oral one, albeit it almost encompasses the vast majority of a resume. And you really want that number one selection. And if you only have a college that only gives you one major to choose, or two, you really want the number one major to ideally subsume almost your entire resume if you can, or the vast majority of it. So that accomplishes that. Number two, so Yale allows you three majors. Stanford also allows you three majors. English, some schools might be creative writing, but for Yale, English, and you can, get in sort of all the writing background here with that. And then music, number three. So Yale, unfortunately, doesn't have a music minor, but I would just put it in here. It's totally fine. can also convey a lot of how you'll continue to pursue music outside of the classroom. There's different, groups and a cappella groups and a whole bunch of stuff that I know nothing about, because I'm not a music expert. But you can definitely get that into a lot of the extracurricular community as well. And then what I would really consider doing is start looking, you want to start looking for very specific courses, very specific researchers who are maybe at the intersection or some of the nexus points, right? I wish we would have done this a little bit earlier. I wish we would have done this a little bit earlier in our resume building, but it's better late than never, as they say. So start looking at some people at Yale or at Stanford, right? So here's a great field that intersects a lot of the resume here, ethnomusicology. What a super popular area. It's basically computer science or business. So I just know a ton of people who want to be ethnomusicologists, right? We don't, right? Which is why it's effective, because it's very niche, it's very different, and it's very pertinent to the student's resume. So look into it. Ethnomusicology, study of music within its cultural context. We can get some of the East Asian themes potentially in there. So go look for some classes in ethnomusicology. It's a sub-segment of the music department. Look for a professor, somebody who's studying something. And these are things that go in your Yale essays. There's a whole bunch of Yale essays, as there will be for Stanford, right? So start creating an integrated whole, not a fragmented version of yourself. Start intersecting these things. The East Asian languages literature is really good. It encompasses a whole bunch of her resume, her awards, her activities, and that's great. But even with the music, it's still looking a little bit fragmented and off to the side. Like it's just there, right? It's just like, oh, great, I have this extra talent, by the way. As a Carnegie Hall soloist, just by the way, right? And didn't mention any of my essays or, didn't put it all. It's just like, it was there. You want to start infusing some of those cultural themes from the other positioning and put it into the music. So it starts creating a more unified whole of you and a more unified presentation. And again, you're basically getting continuity out of all of your past, which is what you want to do. You don't want to have like 50% of the things I've done in the past, I'm going to continue, and 50% of them I'm not going to continue. That's what I would do there. That sets up a lot of the themes, the through lines for the essays, the positioning. You'll sort of reapply to different schools in terms of what they offer. Some schools only give you one major selection. If it's East Asian studies, then you just go with that. And then you talk more in the essays about some of the other parts of the writing, etc. But I think that gives a pretty good high level, strategy and a plan for how we're going to tackle the rest of the application tactically. Okay, now we're going to go into some application mistakes and revisions that she made. So I kind of went through this as I was sort of describing some of her resume, but I'm going to go through some of the PDFs because I just want to pinpoint some of these. Other students might make these mistakes. I don't want her to make these mistakes or keep these things in the application if they're just not ideal. So I'm going to go through the testing section, the education section, the activity section, additional information section. I already covered a bit of this as I was just trying to present what her profile looks like, but now I'm going to actually start revising some of these things. So in her testing section, one thing that she did that I didn't like was for the SAT, she put that she took it twice, but she's only reporting scores from one sitting. So her 1550, the 770 plus the 780, it came on the same sitting in June 2023. So I don't know why you would tell the college that you took it twice. It's just not necessary. And even if you look at the wording in the common application, is how many sittings do you want to report? It doesn't ask you how many times did you sit for the exam. So it's not even like you're being disingenuous. If you're only reporting one test date across the subscores, why would you voluntarily tell them that you took the test, you needed additional attempts to get that score? It does not look good, right? So it's not a big deal. She's only putting that she took it twice, but it's not even actually answering the instructions correctly. I still wouldn't, even if they said, how many times did you take the test? I'm only reporting one test date, so I still would just put one. That's confidential information. You never have to share your testing record with the colleges. The one school that asks that you submit all of your testing record is Georgetown. That's the only college that's basically left in the whole landscape of college admissions that asks, and you still do not have to, right? There's student confidentiality rights with your data. They do not have any privilege to that information. They can ask you to submit it, but you don't have to submit it. And you better believe the reason that they're asking you for all those scores, in some cases, they might be trying to do it because they think that you might omit information that might be helpful to your application. But a lot of the reasons why those schools, when the College Board allowed students to choose which test sittings they submitted on the SAT back in 2009 or so,
Once they developed that score choice policy, there were a whole bunch of colleges that still wanted students to report their entire testing record. And the reason for that was because it was an issue of equity. They knew that there were going to be some privileged students who were going to be able to take the test 7 times, and there was going to be some student, from an underrepresented minority or under-resourced background or low SES background, who wouldn't be able to take the test that many times or have the tutoring resources, etc. And specifically, they wanted to counterbalance that inequity, right? So just understand the reason why there were a lot of colleges. Now, there are none, right? Like I said, it's only Georgetown that asks you for the whole testing record. You still don't have to give it to them. But don't think that it's not something that would be asked of you because it wouldn't be held against you. That was actually a lot of the reason why those colleges, right after the College Board initiated score choice, that was the reason why a lot of these colleges, Yale, Cornell, etc., they've done away with it. Most of the schools don't ask for all your scores anymore. But if you think Georgetown's asking for all your scores to your benefit, you're wrong. So never volunteer more sittings of a test than you need to. If you're only showing one test date and you're only reporting one test date, you put that you took it once. That's it. Don't put twice. And it's not even answering instructions. It's going to even ask how many times you took it. They asked how many sittings are you reporting. So that was one mistake here. Another thing is in the AP section. This is a little bit of like weird wording in the common application, but when they ask for your AP scores, you have to put all of your AP scores to date, all the exams you've taken to date. Now, you cannot include certain AP scores. I've talked about this in some of the earlier application review episodes. If you had a really bad score, if you got a 3 or lower, you generally don't want to report it. I just wouldn't put it in there. Well, they know that you took the AP class, etc. Yeah, but I just don't like the optics of putting 3s, 2s, 1s, God forbid, in the actual application. There's sort of knowing that something is the case, probably, like the student didn't do well in the AP exam, and literally seeing it right in front of your face. There's a difference between imagining something and seeing it in the real world, right? And we know which of the two is the stronger stimulus. So, yes, I could maybe infer, but I don't know, maybe you just forgot to put it in the section. Who knows, right? So you have some plausible deniability. So you don't have to put it. You got some bad scores. I talked about this in some of the earlier application review episodes. Generally, you don't want to put it in if it was below a 4 for top colleges. That aside, my main point here was they also want you to put in all of your future AP exams. So if you're signed up for 5 AP exams at the end of senior year, it says expected AP exam sittings as well. So you want to put those in. It also just looks better because you get this long list of APs. So this student has like 17, or 16 AP classes. It just looks like this insane list of APs. So you do need to put in the ones that will be in 2026 as well, because they do ask for those. Other thing that can do is if you have some 4s or you have somewhere like you just didn't put them in because you scored a 3 or lower, it dilutes. It's easier to forget or just miss an AP in there because it's such a long list. So just always put in those expected or anticipated AP sittings in May of senior year. So that was the issue with her testing section. The education section, just looking through quickly here. For class rank, she put 1 out of 700. The transcript, I think, showed 1 out of 658, I think. Let me double check that. Yeah, it showed 1 out of 658. So unless 42 kids are getting added, it's wrong. Like, it's factually incorrect, and it looks like you're not detail-oriented. So it needs to be exactly the way that it appears and will be presented in other sources, namely the transcript. So it needs to be 1 out of 658. If the school adjusts the class ranking and you're getting close to regular decision deadlines and you have a new class ranking, you can change some things for the regular decision schools that are late December, January, if you're in that position. But for early, usually you don't have your, there's no first quarter grades, for example. I don't even think that she's on a semester system, I believe. You're usually not, at first semester system, you're obviously not by the early deadlines. You're not going to have any update to your class ranking past the end of junior year. But if anything does change, if you have a quarterly system, for example, a student has a quarter system and the school changed your class ranking after the quarter, and now you have a new class ranking for the regular decision schools, you can update some of that stuff in your application. But this would be 1 out of 658, not 1 out of 700. And if it makes you look worse, that's not good. But it's at least not that you're making something up to make yourself look better, but in this case, it looks like you're kind of making yourself look better in a way that's not factually correct, so that's not good. For the GPA, it says 4.95 out of 4 weighted. I would either do 4 out of 4 unweighted where I would do 4.95 out of the GPA cap, the weighted GPA cap out of 4.95. So you gotta do 4.4 out of 4 unweighted, or you 4.95 out of 4.95 weighted. One or the other. Don't mix the two. Don't mix an unweighted scale and then your weighted GPA. Doesn't look correct. A lot of students mess this stuff up. For the senior courses that are getting reported here, I would not consider AP Research a science class. I would consider it an elective class. So I would probably change the labeling of that. Hopefully you just get rid of it and just do a core AP Science, as I said, like Chem or Bio, and put that in the science slot. But AP Research is not really science in the way that it's typically defined here as a traditional science class. For the honors, we're going to go through and sort of repackage all of this, but I'm just sort of looking at what she did in the past. Like a lot of just messed up capitalization. These are awards. You want everything to be appropriately capitalized, like they're titles of things, even if there's a description. Don't use a hyphen. She's got a hyphen in one place, then she's got like a long M dash. There's a whole bunch of things that are lowercase, like she's describing the Japanese boy for the film trailer. It looks like a description, like it looks like a activities description. And I see this a lot. There's like weird abbreviations. There's some of this is fine, but it also just starts looking really messy. This should look very neat and tidy. Your honor section should look like normal standard capitalization for titles, right? So if there's a preposition, you can lowercase it. But for the big name words, right, the nouns, it needs to be capitalized. Use a nice clean single dash to describe what it is, the scarcity of the award, 1 out of 1,000 chosen, focus on the scarcity, anything that just like gives them a good sense of what the award is if it's not a name brand award. But a lot of kids just really messy. They use all these abbreviations, the capitalization's crazy. Like a lot of the students' applications, they look like those letters you see in a movie that a serial killer sends, where they cut out all the different letters from the different magazines so you can't sort of detect their handwriting. It's like that's what most kids' applications look like. It's just a mess. It paints you as not meticulous, not detail-oriented, not taking a lot of time and being very serious about the presentation. I don't want to get distracted by any of the aesthetics or the optics of the application. And what I want to say is, this was really well done. Like everything's capitalized. Like you can tell that a lot of effort and work, went into this, and the student really polished it. Then under the future plans here, so I've talked about this in the past, you can sort of put, what do you want to do in the future? So this is very important that this is related to your hook. You want to present a continuous narrative. I've done this in the past. That projects to what I'm going to study at the college, whether that's true or not. Ideally, it's true, but if you've done a whole bunch of stuff in the past, you don't want to make it divorced from what you're going to present that you're going to do in the future, because that's all you have. That's the only evidence that you have. So that's on you that you didn't change the evidence to make it conform to what you want to do. But you want to be a continuous narrative, a straight line from the past, your high school resume, to what you'll do at the college, to what you will do in the world beyond. Right? And people will say, oh, it's ridiculous. How would a kid know what they want to do for the rest of their life? You don't need to know what you want to do for the rest of your life, but you at least need to fake like you know what you want to do for the rest of your life, in a way that it's a presentation, it's a perception. This is what you do, because these are the people that stand out, right? So in terms of presenting this hook here in the future plans, so they put other, they sort of took this sort of tactic, that's sort of a very creative tactic that I mentioned, I think, on another podcast, which is they chose other, which then it opens up a whole box where you can write in a description if nothing sort of fits from the dropdown. And they put other U.S. ambassador to South Korea, or someday North Korea, I think that's a joke, Japan or China, or poet laureate with a doctorate. So I think they're trying to get a little cutesy here, a little bit. This could come across, you can do this in some cases where you do the other and then you sort of fill it in, social entrepreneur, leveraging, blah, 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 blah. But the U.S. ambassador part sort of speaks of the East Asian studies. And then the poet laureate speaks to sort of the arts of the writing part, but they're still disintegrated from each other. I want something that's more integrated, right? So this speaks again to the issue with the main application. I don't want you to be an ambassador and a poet laureate. I want you to be something that intersects the two. I want you to be a poet laureate who writes about East Asian themes. It's like something that's more integrated, right? Not fragmented. So I think this is a lot of the vestiges of the well-rounded notion of a student applying to the top colleges. And so this student also has, siblings who've gone through the process. And a lot of people get into top colleges, but they didn't still do everything as optimally as they could have. And so a lot of students just do these well-rounded things, and they're very accustomed to sort of having this fragmented notion. I do service, then I have my leadership, then I have my sports, then I play the violin, right? And so they're very accustomed to this fragmented notion of themselves, right? That comes from this well-rounded, artifact in missions. But I want this to be more integrated. I want this to be more like the East Asian languages and literatures, right? So something that would be better here is, I want to get a doctorate. Like, what would have been ideal would have been like, if like her whole resume were just sort of the East Asian themes plus the music, then like I want doctorate in, ethnomusicology. That would have been perfect because it's exactly the intersection. So choose something here that would tie them together, like, a professor of just something along these lines. I'm just coming up with things off the top of my head, but professor of, East Asian languages and literatures, right? It's something that is already the intersection of pretty much all the themes in the resume, not where it's fragmented. The other thing that I don't like here is it comes across as a little potentially vain or egotistical, the poet laureate. Like, it seems a little, like presumptuous. So that could just backfire on you, and so I just wouldn't do something like that. US ambassador is a little bit more neutral. I don't feel like it's not as vain. A lot of top students, they come across as a little egotistical, and so I just wouldn't put something like poet laureate. I just feel like it's a little presumptuous. And I would avoid most of the cutesy stuff with like there's not a very high ROI on jokes in your application. There's a massive opportunity for them to go really wrong, and they're not going to add much, right? There's nobody who's going to be like, oh, like this student is so funny, we have to admit them, right? There's not an institutional priority for comedians. So I don't like jokes a lot because they just don't, there's an asymmetric risk reward profile there, and a lot of them can backfire and really piss somebody off or really land the wrong way. And on the other side, it's just not going to make anybody be like, oh my goodness, like we have to. They go to committee and they're fighting for applications. Do you remember this joke that they made about North Korea? Or this, like, it just is not going to happen, right? So there's just not enough upside to justify the potentially very asymmetric downside and bad impression that gets created potentially. For the activities, again, a lot of messiness here. It's a lot of all capitalization in the titles. There's this cutesiness again. Unless her actual title in the senior living home was Music Fairy, I'm pretty sure that was made up and is trying to be a joke. Get rid of the cutesy stuff. You're just going to run up against an admissions officer. A lot of people have this, I'll call this the monolith myth. They think that admissions is a monolith, right? They think that somebody can tell them how every single admissions officer thinks, right? It's like, what do top colleges think about this? And sure, there's some average, right? There's an average answer for everything, right? Do top colleges prefer well-rounded students or students with hooks? We know the answer. But it's a lot of people think that it's like, how on earth do you think I could tell you how Bob Jones versus Sally Mae on a Tuesday after, they got into like a car accident and they're calling, or they're really tired. It's like, you can't predict all of that variance. You're dealing with a million different human beings, even with the same admissions committee. People have different perspectives, right? They have different perspectives. They've had different days. They read the applications in a certain order, right? You're the last one. You were the first one. Do you think there are no order effects? Why does a whole bunch of research account for order effects? Whether you put the stimulus first, why we have counterbalancing in research, right? Because they're order effects. Because order matters, right? So most of these variables are not controlled for, right? The protocols and admissions are not quite double-blind, placebo-controlled. Somebody telling you, I know exactly how this person's going to think, right? And so one person might like some of this cutesy stuff, and it might land well, and they might like you a little bit more. Some of this stuff really, like, annoys me. So trust me, there's going to be somebody else that's also going to really annoy, and there's all sorts of just nonsense like this, like some admissions officers say they don't like M dashers, which I think is ridiculous. I wouldn't worry about that. But there's some people with all these pet peeves. You're dealing with human beings and a virtually infinite amount of variance. Just don't give them opportunities. Yet maybe somebody likes you 2% more because you came up with some clever title, for something in your activities list. But there's going to be somebody who's going to hate you for it. And it's just not worth it. So This is also not the right tone for the activities list. It's not the cutesy creative stuff. And you have to understand the tone for different parts of the application, right? Personal essay needs to be personalized insight into your academic interest. It's both, right? It's not overly technical. It's not a research abstract, right? When you get to the activities, this is a resume. It's bullet points, it's contributions, it's scale, it's measurable impact. It's not time to be cutesy girl. Then your additional information section. This is a neutral, objective, factual resume tone. Okay, it's bullets, it's measurable impact, it's scarcity. I was one out of this. It's not cutesy time. Then when we get to the essays, you can get back into a little bit of, you could put a little bit cutesiness, right? You're creating a hook for a supplement and you're showing a little bit of emotion. I went to Yale and I saw the students, in the yard and everybody, you can show more emotion and passion in the essays, and that's okay, right? Don't be dancing clown TikTok person, but that's fine. I want to see a bit of emotion. I want to see a bit of the person behind the academic promise and the intellectual promise. That's fine for the essays. But when it comes to the conveying your resume and your contributions, it's not time for the cutesy and to be a comedian, right? So I get rid of all that stuff. There's a whole bunch of bullets here in the activities, the titles. It just seems factually incorrect, some of the stuff. Like, I don't know if you were actually called a music fairy or you're calling yourself a music fairy. One of them says Beyonce of national anthems. When I first read this, I was like, oh, she did a national anthem with Beyonce. And then I realized it was a joke, I think. I'm pretty sure it was a joke. It's got to be a joke. So just get rid of all this cutesy stuff. It's just not the right place. Come up with precise descriptions, right? Even if you're stretching it a little bit, right? So senior music researcher for the senior living, something like that, right? I say with students, if you're on the newspaper, don't put member, right? You may not have leadership, put writer. Sounds better, right? For a student who's in a lab, we typically put research assistant, right? You want to put participant or member or something very passive. So come up with crisp descriptions that are as impressive as you can possibly muster. And this stuff takes time. It takes hours upon hours upon hours, but that's what it takes to create a great application. The other thing that I'll say related to that is like a lot of these messy abbreviations, like spring says SPR. I hate that. Hate it. There's no periods at the ends of the descriptions. 8-week is 8-WK. It's okay a little bit if you want to put an ampersand, a little squiggly end sign here or there, but too much of it is just too much. A lot of it is just honestly having worked with students. So we had a student this past year. So the student that we're talking to and talking about in this episode had maybe like a 7-page resume or something. There's like some redundant information, a lot of resume to pack into the common application. We had a student last year who had like twice as many things, right? And trust me, if you saw like a 14-page resume, and then you look at the space that's given to you in the common application, you have 150 characters for the descriptions and very short titles, and the additional information section, 650 words. You're like, how on earth do you get it down to that amount of space, right? And we didn't upload any resume, which I would absolutely not suggest that students do. I don't care what other people tell you. I would not upload a resume in your school supplements. It's very annoying. It's hard to tell, was this repeated? You get in this weird position where I have to look at your resume, then the additional info, then the activities, then the awards. Was this already repeated? Was it not repeated? Is this a continuing description? Is it not a continuing? It's very annoying, right? So I would not upload a resume. It can be done. The problem is it just requires way more time than most people are willing to put into it. I had a student several years back, and she was writing a conclusion. This is something that I've liked in the past to do with students, which is, okay, you're writing one line. This is the last line of the essay, or it could be any line of the essay, but particularly the last line of the essay, it needs to be really good. It's the last line of the essay. It's the final scene. And we'll have them write it, and they'll do it once, they'll do it twice, they'll do it 3 times, they'll do it 4 times, 5 times, not good enough, still not good enough, do it a 7th time, do it an 8th time, still not good enough, still not good enough, still not good enough, do it again, this work could be better, this work, again, until you eventually get it right, until you get it optimal. And the thing is that most people won't do that. I did it 3 times, so my English teacher will give me an A for that, right? They don't understand what exceptional actually is and how much work it takes. How much work it takes, right? Great story that I love that I've told to our team before is there was no calculator on the iPad until very recently, maybe the last year or so. So they had a calculator on the iPhone, but that same calculator application was not on the iPad for however many years since the iPad was created. And the reason there was no calculator on the iPad was because Steve Jobs didn't like the version that the people at Apple created of the calculator for the iPad because it just looked like a blown up version of the one on the iPhone. And so he said, this is not good enough, right? It's very Steve Jobs fashion. It's not good enough. Do it again, 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 right? And so the reason why many students' activities list their descriptions, they have a whole bunch of abbreviations, and to some extent, you may have to put, again, an ampersand here or there is fine. But it's just because it's just laziness. A lot of students are just, they don't understand how many repetitions something takes to get it to look basically perfect, right? I'm not willing to put in the time. This might take you 50 hours. So what? Spend 50 hours if you need to spend 50 hours. You get one shot to get it right. One shot. Do you think NASA says, oh, this takes too much time. We're sending this rocket ship to the moon, and it takes too much time, right? It's too many contingencies to think through. No, you got one shot to get it right. One shot to get it right. So this is something that infuriates the heck out of me, is that most students, they've never had an English teacher who's ever held them accountable and said, yeah, this is fine. Most English teachers will give you an A. You could do 100 times better than this. But you're going to write it 100 times, right? So these activities lists, this additional information, you think I should show you the resume from the student last cycle? You think, this is impossible. There's no way to get all of this into this tight of a compartment. This is like packing a mansion into a carry-on on an airplane. It's possible. It's very possible. You just are unwilling to spend the amount of time that it takes. Get this, spend as much time as is required to make this the best possible presentation. None of this lazy abbreviation, right? A lot of students just do this. It looks like a text message. Stand out. Most people won't do it. They won't spend 50 hours or whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. That's the mantra. That's my mantra. Whatever it takes. All right? Most people won't do whatever it takes, which is great. That's how you beat most people. Spend time and be very effortful with this. If you take your descriptions and you put them in a document and you write them and how can I shorten this, you really, really think about it, you can come up with really great descriptions. You can get rid of certain abbreviations, make it look a lot cleaner. Oh, that was an extraneous description. Doesn't really add a lot of value. So now I can actually write out some of the words. Many students' activities lists drive me absolutely crazy. Their honor sections just look so sloppy. So sloppy. So I'm going to go through some of the categories here that she has in her activities list.
So what she does here is she has a lot of, for the actual categories that she labels the activities under. So for example, for the Stanford program, she has the category academic next to it. And so this is the most visible part of each activity, is the sort of category of the activity. And so she has labels such as academic, community service, academic, music, vocal, internship, community service again, cultural, music, academic, art. And so there'll be different categories here. There'll be social justice, there'll be research. And what you want to do is, as much as possible, in order to reinforce the hook in your application, you want to be thinking thematically, not in terms of the structure of the activity. So if you were doing research on a social justice topic, for example, you don't want to put science research. You want to put ideally social justice, because the social justice is more of the subject or the category that's more relevant to the theme of the hook. So we had a student this past cycle who basically, for her intersection, her hook, it was at the intersection of two fields, as a hook very often is. And we were able to basically take the categories, the labels of all the activities, and get them to be the two fields that went into her hook. So instead of it saying academic, which is just generic, right? Like, what does academic mean, right? That's not a hook, right? Or just saying science research, or saying community service. Again, I've said that service is a very generic label that a lot of people use. They have all these maxims in admissions. You need to have leadership, service. What does that mean, right? What kind of service? What kind of leadership? You want calibrated leadership or service, calibrated to your hook. So for the first program here, for the Stanford program on international and cross-cultural education, you want to be thinking in terms of the themes for the student. So if she's East Asian studies, some of the buzzwords here would be cultural, right, which she used for one of the other activities. Music is another one, right? We talked about that sort of being her tertiary positioning. If there's a language category, right, I don't have all of the Common App categories in front of me, and you won't always be able to choose, the exact theme that you need for your hook, but you want to try to get it as close as possible. And again, you want to be thinking thematically or by subject relevant to the hook. You don't want to be thinking in terms of the structure of the activity, something that's just very generic. Community service, academic, these are very generic labels, and this is the biggest word that the admissions officer sees when they're looking at the activity. It's in bright blue, bold, the biggest font in the activity, right? So in order for you to keep hammering home your hook to the admissions officer, and they're not that deep into the common application at this point by the time they're reading your activities list, right? There's still a lot more pages. So you're sort of a bit in the earlier to mid phases here of the review. And this is a great opportunity for you to keep hammering home your hook and to sort of initiate again to the middle phases there. By the time you've sort of repeated your hook to a certain level, you basically just become that kid, right? And so your application now, when you get towards the mid to later phases of the application review, this theme, this brand is already so ingrained in the admissions officer's brain that they just start to see the rest of the application through that filter, right? Which is what you want. For the Stanford program, I would not label it academic. I would choose something like cultural or something that's more adjacent to sort of the East Asian studies theme. For the senior living, this is not going to be one of the major activities, but her doing, the music sort of community service, I would not choose community service. I would choose music as the label because that's going to be related to sort of the third major and theme of her positioning. For the writing instructor and the founder of the summer writing camp, what would we choose? Academic, generic, or something like writing or English, right? I think writing is one of the drop downs, so we would do writing. So again, so far we have culture, we have music, and we have writing. All perfectly related to our hook, and we keep reinforcing the themes of her application. That's the biggest word they see when they read these activities. And then, she has the sort of the gospel music, the church, she put music and vocal for that, so that was good, though that's not really going to make the cut. For the Bank of America program, you just put internship. Again, it's the same thing. A lot of people do this. They're thinking in terms of the structure. Is this internship? Is this science research? That's not thematic. So for this, it's kind of a generic activity, which is why I don't love it that much. It's just fairly generic. I would try to make it less generic, but I don't know really what she did specifically for this. It just kind of looks like a generic service activity. The Bank of America Student Leadership Program with the Boys and Girls Club internship. So it's hard to say what you should do there because I kind of need some more bullets in terms of very specifically what she's contributing to or what she's doing. What is the hands-on experience with the nonprofit, etc. For the student advisory group, this I'm going to taking out of her activities anyway and putting in the additional information section, so this doesn't really matter, but she labeled it community service. It's just not relevant, which is why it's going to get cut out of the activities list, which is why we're struggling to sort of come up with a good category for it anyway. Then she has the Korean calligraphy, which she labeled cultural. That's good. For the other singing stuff, she put music vocal. That's good. And then for the summer writing camp, again, same problem. She put academic. I would put writing or whatever's. I'm almost positive, but I don't have it in front of me here. All the drop downs, they can possibly fluctuate from year to year, but writing would be a lot more specific. And then for the muralist, she has art. That's totally fine. So I would say it's not ideal. I sort of want to sort of encapsulate more of the cultural writing and music, but art, it's sort of a stone's throw away from the writing and the music themes. So it's sort of, they're all kind of bucketed under arts. So that's not that's not the worst, and that is going to stay in her activities list. So just be thinking again more specifically in terms of the categories that you choose there, and be thinking thematically, not structurally or the type of activity in terms of, was it an internship, was it science research? That's not a good label. I'm just looking through some of her grades that she put. I'm not gonna be able to fact check all of this with terms of all the years that she did these, etc. I'm just looking for anything that really jumps out. She put PG for the church singing. It's not going to really matter because we're going to end up cutting this out anyway. But PG is postgraduate, and that's only for a student who already had graduated high school. That's the only time you put PG. So I'm not sure why she put PG there. That's if you're kind of taking a gap year, you already graduated high school. So that's an incorrect label there, but it's a moot point because we're going to remove that activity. I already mentioned again, just a lot of the formatting being very messy. Things that are in all capitals, things that are, just very messy, too many abbreviations, etc., etc. In terms of some of the descriptions for the activities, so the SPICE program at Stanford, participated, do not use this word. It's very passive. I've mentioned this on other application review episodes. Do not use this in your activities list for the descriptions. Use very active verbs, not participated. Attended, participated, shadowed. These are really bad verbs to use. So participate in intensive study of China, fall 10th, Korea, spring 10th. Like, there's no reason to put the dates or the semesters here because they're pretty much, the grades are pretty much on the left-hand side. So all you're doing is wasting very precious real estate here. With weekly readings and online discussions led by top scholars, doesn't tell me anything about you, right? So that just tells me about the prestige of the people who are in the program, who are giving the lectures. So we're going to overhaul this. Some mistakes there, right? It's talking about the accolades or the accomplishments of the people who are there. It has bad verbs here like participated. It has dates, which are already basically redundant with the information on the left-hand side. So that does not work. For the senior living homes, she did the music. So she put sing for seniors with alls/dem. So I'm going to assume that's Alcatraz and Democrats. Obviously not. Obviously it's Alzheimer's and dementia. You can't abbreviate that, right? It's really stretching it in terms of just informality. And affectionately called Bella's singing hour. Again, I don't really like words like affectionately called. This is not affection time. This is a resume, right? So affectionately called, totally fine if you're in an essay or supplement. It's got some creativity, some personality, in addition to sort of conveying your hope. That's fine, right? But I don't like the affectionately called. It's not terrible. That's not the worst. Sin here. Sinatra, Fitzgerald, Elvis, Come Alive. Again, you got the cutesy stuff here. It should be pioneered program, led this, integrated this, right? Delivered, songs to seniors in 4 nursing homes, right? Shows measurable impact scale. They all need to be short verb phrases. And this is just delivered love, joy, and hope. No. Totally not what you put in a resume, right? This reminds me of just job applicants who just have these really weird resumes. Like, I don't know, they send like a picture of a dog or something with their resume. It's just way off base. Next activity, the description here. So she has the title founder and writing instructor. Okay, so these are great. I wish they weren't all in capitals, like she's yelling at the person reading the application. So just use normal titles, right? Founder, capital F, comma, writing instructor, right? And does the writing instructor really add that much? Probably not, right? So you could just probably do founder here, keep it nice and concise. The founder is sort of the more impressive of the two. I've mentioned this in other application review episodes, but if you en route to having a higher title in a club, for example, let's say that you joined a club in freshman year, you were the treasurer in 10th grade, you're the vice president in junior year, and then you're the president in senior year. You don't have to show them the whole progression. You don't have to do this. I was this title, and then you put the year dates, and then I was that title. They get it, right? They get that there's usually a progression and you worked your way up. You can just put the last title, right? So you could just put president. It's totally fine. Are they going to think that I was the president all 4 years? Probably not. If they do, who cares? It's not your fault. That's the structure of the common application. The common application should have a better application for some of this stuff. Right? It would be very easy for them to program the common application to, if they wanted to know what your exact title was for each year, they could have a drop down for it. So that's their fault, right? If they end up thinking that you were the president for all 4 years, who cares? That's within the boundaries of the common application. If they really cared about it so much, then the schools would have told the common application to fix it, just like they shortened the additional information section this year, right? So don't worry about it. So you could easily just leave the more impressive title of founder and get rid of writing instructor. So we have the name of the summer reading camp that you founded. It says founded and led a free 8-week. I don't like the 8-WK, but it's not the worst. It's not terrible. Writing camp for high school students. Created engaging essay prompts. Students all learned. I'm a stickler for the Oxford comma. Okay. First parts of the description are good. Founded, strong verb. Led, strong verb. Tells me what it's for. Now, 8-week, again, it's already in the left-hand side. It says you did it for 8 weeks a year. So again, you're just wasting precious, precious real estate with information that's already been conveyed. Created engaging essay prompts. It's okay. It's not that bad. Some of this I could sort of already get, like you said, founder, and then it says founded, and then it's like a writing workshop. So it's not terrible. It's a little redundant. Maybe there's something else that's a little bit more unique or interesting about it. I like that there's sort of some short, crisp verb phrases, good active verbs, created, founded, led. Students all learned. I don't like this. Now all of a sudden you're switching the subject, right? So these are all pretty much bullets about the person whose application it is. It's not all of a sudden students. It's not about the professors at the Stanford, on the Stanford course, right? So it's not students all learn. I'm a stickler for the Oxford comma. Against the same thing. It's like trying to make jokes. It's the cutesy stuff, right? That joke about students all learn. I'm a stickler for the Oxford comma. That could be a joke in passing. If, you're writing a supplement for college, that's fine. It's a little cute. It's, you're working with little kids. And, we had a student several years ago who was teaching physics to, young children. And so there's some jokes, and that's fine. It's not the right forum. B, you're very limited in space. Like, these descriptions are extremely compact, and you need to get across your most important contributions, the measurable impact, the relevance to your hook in a very short space. This isn't the time, again, to be making jokes and switching the subject to the students, right? These are all, I did this, right? Founded this, created this, scaled this to this with this number, etc., etc. Then she has the gospel singing stuff, which I'm going to end up removing. It's just not impressive enough. I mentioned this in other application review episodes. I don't like anything that's potentially polarizing unless you can't avoid it, right? So don't really like religious or political content in a student's application unless that is essential to their hook, right? So if you are removing it from your application, it's going to be like you're removing your left arm, then fine, then we have to leave it in. I mentioned this before. If you have a student, they're very passionate about a cause. I don't care, whether you believe in this, you believe in that. I don't care. I'm pro admissions, right? Whatever gets the job done, whatever gets you in. The rest is nothing, who cares? But if this is going to potentially rub an admissions officer, the wrong way, and it's for no reason, it doesn't really do anything, right? It's not sort of essential to your positioning. I generally don't like it. Now, this isn't a big deal. My bigger issue with it is not necessarily the polarity of the content. And it is a little cultural, maybe like a Korean church. In this particular case, I don't really care about the polarity of it as much. It's just not very high value. It's just another activity. Just like being a JV player on a sports team. It just takes up space without adding a ton of value. And there's a slight issue with maybe a little bit of the polarity, but that's not even in this case, as, they're way worse instances of that. So it's not really as much of the issue. And she already has other music stuff, and it's not one of the biggest legs of the narrative, the music part. For the Make of America program, she puts less than 2% acceptance rate in the title of the activity. The schools, if they didn't know this activity from a hole in the wall, then that could be fine, right? You could maybe put it in there if it were an award and they didn't really know the award, or it's a high value activity. But like, if you do RSI at MIT, you don't need to tell them it's a 2% acceptance rate. Like, these admissions officers know what RSI is. They know what the Bank of America program is. Now, I understand how that could be more difficult for students. It's very difficult for a student or a parent, somebody doesn't, do this all the time, to sort of know, what are things that they definitely wouldn't know? What are things that they wouldn't know? But this is something, I'm just telling you that this is obviously something that is very well known by colleges. So you're just not adding a lot, and it could seem a little braggy there. If you were going to put in a 2% acceptance rate or some sort of scarcity measure, I just wouldn't put it in the title of the activity. I would actually put it in the description. And I saw this with the student who did the Stanford application review last fall. They were also putting things that were descriptions, and they were jamming them into the titles. And again, just looks messy. Just looks really messy and disheveled. And so the description here, paid 8-week intern at Boys and Girls Club. Again, this is not a verb phrase. It just says paid 8-week intern. And I don't even like the English of that. No offense to Boys and Girls Club, but it just comes across as very generic. If there's anything that's relevant to the hook or the narrative, like if she was, doing anything with writing or even the arts more broadly, or anything cultural, or if any of the kids had a related cultural background to the East Asian theme, if there's even anything in this that is related to the hook, I would make sure to fit it in here. Then she puts, discovered that I can learn from 7-year-olds. I don't like discovered as a verb here. Again, it's more of the cutesy stuff. 7-year-olds, YR. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it's already messy to begin with. Hands-on exp, which means basically experience here. I really dislike that abbreviation with operating a nonprofit. I have to go into more detail with that. And again, this should be in verb phrases. And then it says saved earnings from Mac Pro. Just totally off the grid. It has nothing to do with what your contributions are, what occurred in the activity. It's just what you took the money and what you did with it. Just not good. For the superintendent's student advisory group for the Board of Education, again, just like weird capitalization. Education's not spelled out. It's like EDUC, which I don't think there's an issue there with the character count. It says serve 2-year term to represent greater than 300,000 students in the county. Okay. What I like about this, right, is it has scale, right? It's you're serving as a very big number. Big numbers are great. Scarcity, right? 1 of 2 selected. It's got some high value here with state ed. I don't like ed leaders, education leaders, and serve as the ambassador of school dist, school DIST. I don't like it. This can all be compressed. Again, trust me, if you take enough time, you can cut this stuff down. If you take enough time, you can definitely get the main bullets in almost for most activities. Not terrible. I think the serve 2-year term is just, that's not one of the more impressive parts, so that could potentially be cut. The representing more than 300,000 students in the county, that's kind of more impressive. 1 of 2 selected. There might have been some other sort of just like scarcity measure. Like, I don't remember. Maybe it was 1 of 2 from the district that she put elsewhere in her resume, but 1 of 2, I don't know 1 of 2 from where. I guess it's from the county in context here, but that can maybe be clarified a little bit better just to seem more impressive. But that one's not bad. For the Korean calligraphy with local Korean American organization, mastered the art of Korean calligraphy with a renowned calligrapher. Then she gives the person's name, initiated and hosted the first ever national, and then, it's sort of the name of a Korean event. So I like the initiated, I like the hosted, I like first ever, right? These are all sort of superlatives, show impact. And so a lot of that's sort of good in principle. There's the national is NAT''L. I don't love that. Mastered the art of creating calligraphy with the renowned calligrapher and their name.
It's fine. I think it'd be a little bit better. Like, how did you master the art of calligraphy? Could only be a little bit better. Some of this, I think we get the idea, sort of what good bullets look like. They're very short, crisp word phrases. I don't like these over abbreviations, especially a whole bunch of them in the same description. Scale, big numbers, scarcity, one of X. Again, all active, high value verb phrases, first ever, right? And everything's sort of short and crisp and sweet. Then we have sort of this, so the Beyonce of national anthems, self-proclaimed, presumably. Soloist at concerts. Then she has some opening day at a stadium, a Christmas concert, Battle of the Bands. So it's just very messy. And these are different events. They should really be in the description. They shouldn't really be, it's just weird putting them all in the title, a whole bunch of events. If it were one event, you could maybe put it in the title. You know, you put like singer or invited singer or national anthem singer, and then you put one event and put the title there. That could be fine, potentially. Here, what we're going to end up doing later on is we are going to have to sort of compress this and put sort of multiple things into this one activity. So a lot of that's probably better for the description. You can go either way. It's just very messy. She's doing the all capitals. She has the cutesy stuff with the Beyonce of national anthems. It's a lot of different types of singing and activities here. It's just a little messy. It could definitely be cleaned up. She put sing national anthem at stadium, 10K seating. Featured singer at a concert. Then it says 50K Boys and Girls Club. And then Battle of the Bands, 8K. And then the Society. But there's like a million different abbreviations here. So we're going to be taking up some of them that are like not as high value. Some of the places she sung for. We'll come back to this later on. But a lot of abbreviations. The sort of Beyonce, kind of again, the joking stuff. The weird capitalization. It's just not super clean or crisp. And then we have poets. I guess she described her position as, for a summer rating camp. I'm not going to put the name of the organization. I looked up some of this stuff, some of these awards, some of these activities. And what I found for this summer rating camp is it looks like it's also a college advising program. I don't like that. So in general, there are a lot of, and this is the problem with a lot of awards or advising programs, there's sort of a lot of predatory. We've talked about this with summer programs. There's a lot of summer programs where they're just businesses or third-party vendors. They license the college's name. People say, oh my God, this is a Columbia summer program, pre-college summer program. They think it's going to really help their admissions odds, and it's basically fairly useless for applying to the top colleges because they know exactly what that program is, and it's basically just marketing the college's name. They might take some professors from the college and sort of give them, a stipend over the summer or whatnot, but they're mostly pay for play activities. They signal privilege. They don't have any, super high impressive initiative or high value contributions. So it's just, they're not very impressive. So there's summer programs where there's issues with that can be sort of predatory. There are a lot of pay-for-play programs, like research programs where they're hosted by private companies, and those private companies maybe go to PhD students and they pay the PhD students, and then the PhD students work with, a high schooler on, a project. And I don't like a lot of these. They're also college advising companies that in-house, particularly bigger ones. So there are companies that are just sort of like resume building companies. I've seen this in a lot of students' resumes. It's just not good. And even students who have other impressive stuff that's just way better, but they just sort of somehow get ensnared in one of these programs or one of these awards that's kind of a pay for play. And it's just not easy to really suss out what's very legitimate. You can have both where it's just sort of like a resume building organization. They do research, for example. But then you can also have the advising companies, and some bigger advising companies also have, in-house. They sort of network with researchers, or they have some in-house version. And I met a while back with somebody who worked at a very large, very well-known advising company. And they had one of these in-house programs where they basically, if the student was interested in business, they helped them launch a business project, etc. That I don't like. I don't have a specific name for it, but if I had to come up with a name for it, I would call it something like reflexive advising. As an advisor, you should not be referring the student to basically yourself, right? You should not be like, oh, here's another department, like I'm your advisor, and let me refer you to the science research department to get a research position. That's not what you should be doing. Everything should be external. It's fine if you're helping a kid and they're reaching out to university professors for research. The activities and the resume building should not occur inside of the advising program itself, right? I think we can all sort of see why there's a bit of a problem with that. It just seems sketchy, right? It's like the same people that are advising the student are potentially paying a PhD student. You should not be paying anybody to do research. You're volunteering, first of all. You're paying with your time, right? So we get into some very sketchy stuff here. And so I looked up the summer writing camp, and I don't know. It's hard for me to assess. I don't know the writing prowess of the people. Some people maybe seem like they're accomplished, but it has a college advising program connected to it. And I just don't like that. I don't like those types of activities. It wouldn't land well if an admissions officers went and looked up the activity. And then there's also some other awards in the student's resume that also seem like if you look them up, they sort of have a pay for play or like half pay for play or to be published. And so you got to be really careful with some of this stuff. So I didn't love the summer rating camp just because I looked up the organization and I sort of saw that it was basically a college advising company. And again, you should not be building your resume inside of a college advising company. That's just not what it is. It should be external. Right? It's fine if you're being advised and then you're building your resume in the real world. It's very different if somebody, again, is advising you and then, you're walking down, 2 cubicles in the office to go build your resume there with somebody else who works for the same company. The optics are not good. So I don't love this activity, though I'm going to try to rebrand it because I think this year has a sparse number or scarcity of activities for the hook. As I said, it's a very asymmetric, the profile towards a lot of the honors, awards, competitions, singing competitions, writing competitions, etc. And it's not as deep in terms of the higher value activities. And I would have liked, and I would like for there to be some more writing activities, right? So it's a little bit of a catch-22 here because I don't love the organization that they potentially did this with, and I wouldn't want an admissions officer to go look it up and see that. But on the other hand, we sort of do need some more writing activities for that sort of part of the hook without just all being awards. So we're going to try to balance that as we go through and sort of overhaul some of this. In terms of the description, invited by, I don't know, EIC. I don't know what that means. Maybe that's like a very obvious abbreviation, but I have no idea what it means. So there's probably a non-trivial number of admissions officers who have no idea what it would mean. Maybe there's somebody who's like shouting, it means this, is very obvious. I don't know what it means. Of the journal to attend selective 10-week. Again, it looks like a pay for play thing. So I don't know. It could be very selective just because it's you're paying people for it. Doesn't make every activity automatically bad. And if there are a lot of people that are applying for it, as the student does have an award that sort of looks like a pay-for-play award, but there's also a lot of people that seem they put in entries. So it still, doesn't necessarily matter that it's pay-for-play if there's 1,000 people and you are one of the 5. Now, you're still getting the shady stuff. I don't know. Are they sort of just telling you that you were, that, or they're making it seem like we publish you and they're making it seem like it's better. There's a lot of that stuff that goes on in the admissions world. So was invited to attend the selective poetry camp with a prize-winning poet whose name I'm not going to put here. Later published 6 poems. It's fine. The description's fine. I don't have any huge issue with the description. And then for the last one, muralist, they put muralist - team leader of 10 artists. So again, you're putting descriptions in the title. You don't put team leader of 10 artists. Your position would be muralist, potentially comma team leader. You don't put of 10 artists. That's the description. You don't put that in the title. So kind of mixing things again here. Again, I'm not sure why it's all capitals either. And then they have the name of the organization, which is a nonprofit. Description says painted a 10 by 40 foot mural of a vibrant garden. If there's
anything relevant here to the East Asian themes. Anything like that's a part of, it's in Koreatown, it's got some, significance, East Asian significance, the mural, etc., etc. Try to stick that in as much as possible. Always, for all the descriptions, the titles, the categories, just always be thinking, what are my hooks, what are my themes in my application, and try to fit it in as much as you possibly can. We had a student who was positioning for sort of the intersection of theater and psychology several years ago. Who's at one of the Ivies right now. She did mock trial, and so we sort of connected the theater background and sort of the performance background to her performing, as a witness, and sort of the performative aspect of the mock trial. So you can bring your hook out in activities that on their surface don't seem like they're relevant, but if you could describe them a little bit more, or you could think very creatively or cleverly, you can find relevance, or you can find a through line in the activity. The top line, as I sort of say, top line positioning doesn't maybe seem relevant. You can sort of find something that's relevant in it, and then emphasize that in the bullets here, in the description. Director, which is not spelled out, again, it just says DIR, period, quoted as saying, you don't put quotes in a description. Right? So they but quoted as saying the astounding 62.5 hours you gave serving the community will last for years to come. You just don't put quotes. It just doesn't make any sense here. It's very incongruent. It's great if the director said something like that, but it's just not really, there's just nothing to really pull out of that. It's like you painted a mural, like obviously it's probably going to be there for a while. So you need better bullets there. The team leader of the 10 artists, that should have been in the description, which would have given another bullet point showing leadership, right? So led 10 artists. It's not like the best activity. And if, we had multiple years to sort of architect the resume, would have built a lot more of the glue activities and the nexus activities that unified the profile a lot more, and the themes of the profile that connected the East Asian aspects and East Asian studies with the writing and the arts. And so I wish there were a lot more of those activities that sort of tied together the narrative and didn't make it so fractured. And then, even of the activities that the student has here, it's not writing, which I think is one of the more prominent ones. It doesn't have any, at least obvious, East Asian, studies connections. It's not related to the music, though that's much more tertiary positioning. So it's an art. It's sort of loosely related, sort of the overall umbrella of arts. But I wish it had a bit of injection of some of the other themes. So it's not my favorite activity here, but it does have a bit of this leadership, or sort of what I refer to as this doer aspect, right? Sort of, a mover and shaker, somebody who makes things happen, who leads others, who leverages interpersonal skills and interpersonal relationships, which, as I said, it's very lopsided, the profile, towards a lot of just like single player sports, right? It's a lot of singles in tennis versus, being a member of a football team or something, right? It's a lot of writing competition where you're writing something, probably in isolation, you're doing a solo. Again, it's a very awards and honors and competition heavy. This is both a strength of the application, but slightly a negative. I sort of saying this it's maybe a double-edged compliment. The student has a lot of these well-known accolades in admissions, right? The Bank of America program, the Yale Young Global Scholars, as a lot of these sort of known quantities in terms of awards. But on the flip side, I would sort of say it sort of looks like they sort of Googled, like, what are great awards for top colleges, and they sort of just apply for them and got some of them, basically. There are some very niche and sort of interesting stuff. The haiku contest is really cool. Like, I like the really weird, interesting, interdisciplinary, connects things, got the East Asian theme, but it's also got the writing. It's cool, it's wacky. I like kids who sort of are weird, they stand out, they're different. The ethno, musicology, weird stuff is great for just, positioning you away from the crowd. So there's, again, just that lopsidedness in the profile of just a lot of the honors awards competitions. And so I do like this little injection of, for the mural,
Seems like they led a group of 10 artists. I do like that because it does inject a little bit of some of the doer traits, or they're sort of, is stronger interpersonal skills in here that might otherwise seem like they're lacking because of that major asymmetry between the activities and the honors and awards. So I do like that. That being said, that should be in the description of the activity and not in the title. So it should be led 10 artists, etc., etc. Get rid of this quoting a director. It does not go. It's not appropriate for a description of an activity. Now we're going to move to the additional information section the student had here. So I want to remind everybody that the additional information section for the 2025-2026 application cycle and the common application was cut from 650 words last cycle down to 300 words. So I think everybody could probably read the intention of that maneuver, which is colleges don't love a lot of the content that probably students were putting in their additional information section. It's probably very verbose, not adding a lot of value. Very similar in spirit to what a lot of students do, where they bombard with extra letters of recommendation from the principal or a third teacher or a supplementary, just too much information, right? Without a lot of new, compelling information being provided. So we do have to keep that in mind. I sort of have mentioned a little bit of some of the potential downsides of having a very asymmetric profile with the awards and honors versus some of the higher value activities. There are other students who have a lot more high value activities, but fewer awards. Now, one of the upsides is about awards and honors is they're very concise. So they are just easier to put into the application. And with the shortening of the additional information section, this student's additional information section is going to be all just awards, right? Whereas some other students might be a further elaboration of their science research, some organization they run, some workshop program they scaled, some business where they have to, get into maybe some of the revenue numbers and their marketing tactics and just the stuff that would not be able to be adequately covered in the activities list description. So this student doesn't really have, it's kind of, again, double-edged sword, right? They don't have any super high value activities with, just a ton of, some science research where over multiple years leading to a publication where there's just a lot of different high value contributions to convey where it needs to be, needs to overflow into the additional information section, or again, some sort of organization they founded and scaled. So that's not great on one hand. On the other hand, they do have a lot of honors and awards. And because honors and awards are just concise, you could just say it was this organization that gave the award, and maybe you show the scarcity of it out of this number of submissions, etc. Like, they're just very easy. Their value also in admissions, part of the reason why they're quite valuable to admissions officers, because first of all, they have measurable numbers in some cases. Some of them are known quantities to admissions officers, but when you sort of just give a scarcity, it's just easier for somebody to conceptualize, right? It was, I finished second out of 2,376, submissions or something, right? But, that's pretty, yes, very impressive. They have that sort of quantitative, that measurable impact. You don't always know the exact numbers for them. They at least lend towards that. And they're just very concise. So that is one of the upsides of having a lot of awards. They can potentially compress a lot of valuable information, such as scarcity, talent, and they can compress it down to a very short phrase or just name of an award, right? Versus if you're at an organization, you might talk about it for 200 words or something. And with the changes of the word count in the additional information section, this actually does lean right into the student's wheelhouse here with the sort of contours of their particular profile. Given that it's very awards heavy, it won't be as much of a struggle for them to stay within the bounds of the 300 words versus a student who is maybe, again, running a business that they need to talk about a lot. And you don't want to be giving technical details of your business, to a great extent in your personal essay or your supplements. You could put some stuff in there, right? But it's not the place for technical exposition of your marketing tactics, really in depth, your revenue numbers, your net profit, how many states you sold to, how many people, et cetera, et cetera. That's more additional information section, right? A little bit in the activities list, but you only have so much space, and then it sort of spills over to the additional information section. So the student here, at least in their first attempt at additional information section I mentioned before, they sort of talked more about the SPICE program at Stanford, the international and cross-cultural education. There's just nothing valuable here. I already had the titles. I already had the programs that you could just put in the activities list, easy enough to fit in there. You fit in the names of the research papers in the activities list, in all likelihood. There's just nothing in there. Was shared with my community with PowerPoint presentations, and my research doesn't really add too much. It is a little bit, but it's just not enough to really justify having to then pull it into the additional information section as well. And received Stanford continuing studies credit, doesn't matter. Colleges don't care. A letter grade, they don't care. Certificate of completion, it's just not really conveying anything, right? You already conveyed that you completed the program. You'll have the names of the research papers that you did, and then, a bullet, an extra bullet there of, engaged in, blah, 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 some other active verb. And that's basically all you need. And all of that can easily fit into the activities list. There's just not enough depth in the activity to really merit spilling over to the additional information section. Then they put some of their writing awards. They talk a little bit about some of what the content is. So one of them, they talk about the one that they won the gold key for, the reflections on the comings and goings of my much older siblings. If it were related to the East Asian Studies theme, if the writing awards were related to the hook more, then I would say include it. But the admissions officers don't really care about that part, right? About the older siblings. And it's just, you're working within the bounds of the word counts. The important part is you won the award. It's a well-known award. Honestly, even the name isn't of the writing piece isn't super important either. You could say gold key for this category, basically. You can put in the title of it, but if you find yourself the student finds themselves running up against the word counts, even the title of it isn't extremely important. The way it would only cut out a couple of words. The description of it is just, unless it's thematically relevant to the hook, it just doesn't matter. The most important thing is that you won the award that they basically know. Another one published as top 10 best among thousands. Again, that shows the scarcity, so that's good because this does look like one that is potentially pay for play. I don't know the full context for this, but it looks like it's sort of on the edge. Then there's a haiku contest. Then you just put some more awards, some more numbers, top 10 in the state. 1 of 500, high school vocalists, so that's good. Carnegie Hall, obviously, good buzzword, so most of these are good. Presidential Award, Davidson Scholar, Yale Young Global Scholars. So I would not put that was unable to attend the Yale Young Global Scholars due to a scheduling conflict. What we're actually going to do is we're just going to turn it's kind of an award / an activity. It's really an activity. It's closer to an activity. But again, these are some of this stuff is very flexible, and, it's just, a lot of this is an art. It's not an exact science. So the Young and Global Scholars, we're actually going to reposition it as an award because it has several key thematic buzzwords that relate to the student's hook. So in terms of what program subtrack they were going to be on. So we're going to put that in there so we can inject more of some hook keywords in the honor section. And I don't want to have to explain. You can't present this as an activity because she wasn't able to attend it. So instead of having to say that I was unable to attend it, let's just make it into an honor and not make it seem like an activity, because if we make it seem like an activity, then it's disingenuous because she didn't actually end up participating. So that's what we're going to end up doing with it. We're going to not put it in the additional information section because it is a known program. It is high value, and so we don't want it jammed all the way towards the end of the additional information section. Finally, she puts, during second semester 10th grade, I suffered from severe TMJ and was unable to meet the research paper deadline for Korea Scholars. I prioritized balance by withdrawing from the second semester of AP Environmental Sciences and completed my research paper on, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this incorrectly, but the Gwangju Uprising on my own during the summer. Okay. If she completed the research paper, it doesn't matter, right? It's just, we already put it in the activity for the program. They would have no idea that she maybe completed at a different time scale, or she completed it over the summer. You can maybe say, oh, that's impressive. She got sick, and so she then ended up doing it of her own accord. It doesn't really matter, right? It's like she would have done it in the program. She ended up doing it outside of the program. Who cares? It's the same thing. We got to the same place either way, right? So it's just unnecessary words. The main thing is she completed the paper, right? So in the activities list, she's going to say she completed the paper. Whether she completed the paper in the timeline of the course or she completed it over the summer of her own accord, who cares, right? So it's adding unnecessary words, something that they wouldn't even care about anyway, right? And so we just remove that. Now, for the AP Environmental Science, from her transcript, we can see that it's missing in the second semester. So that is potentially a problem that they would know about and that does need to be spoken to. Now, I've mentioned this in other episodes in the podcast, I believe. There's a phrase, I'm not saying this is an excuse, it could be a reason, but there's a saying, right, that excuses sound the best to the people who are making them, right? And so I think we all understand that if you have sort of an anomalous situation or something you're sort of saying, there's this bad thing that happened, I had to drop out of this course or I got a bad grade or whatever it is, it's always going to sound more legitimate coming out of a more neutral adult's mouth or more neutral objective bystander, right? So if you had something that happened in high school, you had some weird grade anomaly, whatever it is, you had to drop a course, etc. It's much better coming from the counselor. And again, as I already said, that is their main job in writing that letter. Two things. It's to contextualize your academics, and which is really more of the secondary role. And the first role is to contextualize you in the context of your school community. Describe your leadership, your impact in the community, your peers, the clubs, the extracurricular environment, maybe a bit beyond the actual school into the broader community. That's the first and foremost, in many cases, the sole purpose of the counselor letter. But second to that, where applicable, would be any sort of, anything that's anomalous or any academic context that would be useful for either good or for bad, right? So it could be explaining away something that's bad, or it could be saying, this student is the only student in the history of this high school who's ever done X in terms of their courses, and they took these external college courses and they skipped, Japanese too because they were so motivated, etc. That's also something that the counselor can speak to. So I would not put it in here. Also, with the new version of the additional information section and the past COVID essay, so they had a past COVID essay if there were any sort of, disruptions that was due to COVID, they're fading that out, and now it's more of just a general purpose extenuating circumstances section, which is now 250 words in addition to the additional information section. So this would not go in the additional information section anyway. It would go in that sort of new extenuating circumstances section that's 250 words. And then sometimes some colleges also have a supplement where they allow you to speak to that. It just is not best coming from the student themselves. In many cases, it's often best coming from the counselor. Just make sure that if it's important to the application, that the counselor puts it in their letter, right? This isn't something that's like the end of the world. This isn't in 10th grade. There's just a weird streak where she got 2 C's, right? If that's the case, if it's really super high stakes, you might want to slightly hedge by slightly also mentioning it in your application, just in case the counselor maybe forgot to mention it or you think that they might not position it in the right way. But usually you should just be very careful and just do a meeting with the counselor and just make sure, that they'll talk about it, and they'll talk about it in the way that you want them to talk about it, which don't go into their office and say, talk about this the way I want you to talk about it. But obviously you have to use some soft skills and, get them on board with sort of packaging it that way. And the vast majority of them are usually happy to do so. So this is something in this student's case I would not put in the application. She's also going to be running up against some word count restrictions here with the additional information section. I don't think it merits a whole separate explanation in that extenuating circumstances section. So I think this is just best. It's not anything major. I would just have the counselor briefly mention it in their letter. What happened with the environmental sciences, and then I would not mention the Stanford paper because it's just nobody would be even wondering about it in the first place. So it's different from the APES course that would be missing on the transcript. Now we're going to go through my version of her honors, her activities, and her additional information. So we kind of covered her current first drafts, and now we're going to go through what I think that they actually should be. I'm not going to go super in depth on the descriptions because honestly, a lot of this you do need to have the students, and you need to have, you ask them questions and you get into it. It just takes this already takes a lot of time, just to get a lot of the other stuff. What should make the activities, what should make the additional information, what should be flexed into an honor. This already takes a ton of time. So I'm not going to go super deep into the descriptions. I just covered a lot of the descriptions and sort of what they should look like and what mistakes were made and what they should look like instead for the most part. But we will go through a renovated new version of the honors activities and additional information section, as well as activities that I decided based on her longer form resume or some of her first drafts just should not be in the application at all and should just be entirely removed from the application or the final film trailer, as I've called it. So, okay, for activities, we're going to leave the Stanford program, the SPICE program on the international and cross-cultural education. So this is obviously super relevant to hammering home the East Asian part of the hook. So we're going to leave that. I would just quickly mention that she was the only student in 2024 and 2025 to participate in all three of the programs, the China, Korea, and the Japanese programs, because again, that shows scarcity. So we'll put that in there. We'll get the names in there. And then you can maybe put some of the names. I don't have the exact character count in here. You can maybe put some of the names of the research papers, or you could just put, completed 12-page research papers, etc. if you can't fit the names of all the research papers. And then again, where sort of, if able to fit in, could put something like explored key issues related to diplomacy and blah, 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 or something like that. But it needs to be an active verb. It's not about the accomplishments of the people who are the speakers. It's not attended. Or you could put something like led presentations or discussions or something like that if it fits. By far the most important things here are just the name of the program. It's got Stanford. It's got the international and cross-cultural education. They say in marketing that when you've written the hook for a marketing post, that's already 80% of your ad budget that's been spent. So when you write the title for a lot of these activities, it's very similar, right? It's like, it's got the Stanford name in there. It's legitimate program. You got the East Asian themes in there with the names of the program. You conveyed that you're the only student who did all three of them. That's 98% of the value. If you put in one extra bullet point about explored key issues or led presentations or discussions or whatever it was, some active verb or the names of the research papers, it's fine. But I already have pretty much all the value, and again, 80% of it just from the title of the activity. For number 2, we're going to put the Bank of America student leadership program, just because it is well known by admissions officers. I don't love the activity, again, as I've articulated, just because I do think that it's a very big time commitment, and pretty much all the value, again, just comes from the selection, basically it as an award. And I actually did skip over the honor section here. Actually, let me go back for a second because I actually skipped the activities. So we'll come back to that. Bank of America as the second activity. Okay, so for the honors, she had the Scholastic Art and Writing Contest, the Gold Key. That's a very well-known distinction in admissions. So we're going to put that number 1. That's the number 1 honor. For a personal essay in the memoir category, so about that. That's a major award. It's also relevant to the writing hook. So that's number 1. Yale Young Global Scholars I mentioned before for the literature, philosophy, and culture track. So part of the reason why I wanted to move this to the awards, as I mentioned earlier, was because she didn't actually participate in the program, so she can't claim it as an activity. Again, most of the value of this is just that the person was chosen, that the student was chosen for Yale Young Global Scholars. So most of it's just in the name of the program, and so that's pretty much all the value. There's not a lot in terms of the activity itself where, that's going to really drive a ton of the value. So you're getting most of the value just via the selection. It's totally fine to flex it as an award here. It goes towards the top because it's well known, just like the Scholastic Gold Key. And then what I really liked and what we're really trying to do is we're trying to get buzzwords related to the hook, right? And so honors occurs very early in the application. And so the literature, philosophy, and culture, particularly the literature and the culture, I want those buzzwords in the honor section. I want words that are related to the East Asian, the writing. I want those keywords in the honor section very early to slam the hook, right? To slam it home. That's why I put that as number 2. Number 3, she already had this in her honors, the Book Film Festival, the grand prize. I don't really know what this is. Most admissions officers are not going to have, I don't think are going to have any idea what this is. I don't know what book film festival. It's just like some of this stuff sounds good, like gold prize, this. It's like, but you don't know if it's a pay to play thing. You don't just like, it's just, it sounds good, but there's just a lot of stuff and manipulation and admissions and a million different things to keep track of. There's local awards, there's, national, it's just, they can't possibly keep track of everything, right? So I don't really know what the impressiveness is of this, but it's pretty niche. It's got the book in it, so it's got one of the keywords related to the the writing theme, it's got the word international. That sounds good. How impressive it is, I don't really know. Then she has a Japanese title for it, it looks like, which relates to the East Asian theme. Seems like it was about Japanese boy. You want something that conveys the Japanese aspect. I don't know if the title is going to be too long because it's a very long Japanese title. I didn't love her initial description where it went like a Japanese boy and like something about, she kind of went a little too deep into the description of it, but either way, make sure that that East Asian, that Japanese gets across. And so I liked it for that, right? Sounds good. It's got the writing in it. It's also got the East Asian themes. For number 4, so this was another poetry contest. It sort of hammers home the writing hook. And the main reason, because this did seem like a bit of potentially a pay-for-play program or like not super clear. The reason why I put it in here was, again, to hammer home that writing hook, but also because there's some scarcity here. It was the top 10 best among thousands of entries. So that is an honest signal of, quality to some extent, given that it's sort of, again, it presents the scarcity in a very concrete way. It's impressive, regardless of whether it's a pay for play or whatever the situation is with the program. Scarcity is scarcity at some point. Then number 5 for the honors, these are going to be her big music. So I just put the most impressive music awards, which I believe are the International Vocal Competition. I'm not going to name it specifically. I competed in that twice. So it seems like 2023, 2025, one was third prize, one was second prize. And then the result of that basically is a solo performance at Carnegie Hall. So one of them was in 2024. And then the more recent one will be actually in the future, which will be in May 2026. I would try to get both of them in there, put in the name of the international competition, and then basically just put ×2 or 2023, 2025, put those in there and just frame them. Try not to put 2x, put the years or whatever it is, and then put resulting in solo performance at Carnegie Hall, and then put in the dates of the performances at Carnegie Hall. Something like that, but just try to make it neat, try to make it clean. Okay, for going back to the activities, since I accidentally skipped over the honor section there for a little bit. So we're going back to number 2 in the activities list. So number 1, again, was the SPICE program at Stanford. Number 2, the Bank of America Student Leadership Program. So they had selected as one of 300 of 12,000 in the country to work as a paid intern for 8 weeks at the Boys and Girls Club, attend the Student Leader Summit for 1 week with other student leaders. And again, I don't like attend. It's just not, this doesn't really convey anything. Go deeper into the original description of the thing about the nonprofit. If there's anything relevant to East Asian themes or writing themes or anything else related to any of the hooks in the application, discuss that more. For number 3, the Korean Culture Club at her high school. So vice president and secretary. Again, you can get rid of the secretary. Just keep the higher ranking position in isolation. And then description that she put, organize all events, collaborate with other clubs for cultural events at school. So I don't think that she put this in her original activities list. I think I got this from her longer form resume. And then in her longer form resume, she also had a Korean cultural performance night. So I like that, again, because we're getting buzzwords that are also at the intersection. So it's got the cultural, the East Asian, but also the performance sort of related to the arts. And so she put collaborated with administrators and the performing arts department at her high school. Again, I like this intersection of the East Asian plus the arts theme, which is basically her hook. Organized, this Korean Cultural Festival in partnership with, looks like a Korean organization president. Performers came from South Korea for a free concert, recruited 7 local volunteers for the event, over 400 people in attendance. Okay, so this is really good. This is from her resume, and she did not have this in the activities list, but this shows me, again, some more of those doer traits, right? So it recruited the volunteers, shows leadership. You have some scale factors, 400 people attended. You have her coordinating with, some heads of some, cultural organizations, people coming from South Korea, showing initiative. This is missing a lot in some of the original drafts of her application. This does tend to be a little bit more typical, I would say, in many students' applications who are targeting the top colleges. There's a club that they're highly involved in that's relevant to their missions hook at their high school that hopefully they had a lot of really good contributions. They spearheaded this event. They raised this amount of money. That will usually be, in a lot of cases, will be one of the pillars. It depends on the student's exact resume. Some students are more involved in school clubs than others. Again, the clubs have pros and cons, as I've mentioned in other episodes. The nice thing about them is they're very available. The bad thing about them is they're very available, so a lot of students have them in their resumes. But if you can show a lot of depth and it's relevant to your admissions hook, and you could show that you spearheaded this event, that's really great stuff. And so I really liked a lot of these bullets that she had from her longer form resume. And so that's in there at number 3. I would try to, I don't know if the Korean Cultural Performance Night, because it was kind of branded separately from the Korean Culture Club, I don't know if that was just kind of a one-off and it wasn't related to the Culture Club. But because we're kind of compressed here for space in terms of the number of activities, I don't know if it was the case, but whether it was or it wasn't, probably try to just fit the Cultural Performance Night and connect it to the Korean Culture Club if possible. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit harder because I didn't sort of calibrate for making these 2 separate activities because I kind of fit in some other stuff. If we have to brand it as 2 separate activities, then you might bump something else out, like possibly the senior living center and the music stuff. You can break out things into different activities. Sometimes that's good because then you could sort of get Korean, right? And you sort of are repeating because you've kind of broken it into 2 different activities. So it kind of depends. In this case, I sort of collapsed it into one. So I connected the Cultural Performance Night to the actual Culture Club. Okay, number 4, the Japanese haiku contest. It seems like in a local situation. So this is an award. So whereas I took the Yale Young Global Scholars, that's usually an activity, and made it an award, I took an award in this haiku contest and made it an activity. The reason for that is I thought she was lacking on the activities front, as I've mentioned. I wanted to also get in this East Asian theme plus the writing theme. So you have the Japanese festival plus the haiku, so it's the writing plus the East Asian. I wanted to get that into her activities list because it was sorely missing. I didn't think she had enough writing in her activities, and then I also wanted to get in that intersection that perfectly hit into that East Asian languages and literatures theme that is sort of her most all-encompassing hook. To put that in there, it was one of the awards that I thought would be the most amenable to being branded as an activity because as a contest, you could sort of say, I wrote haiku based on this, it's a festival, so it sort of seems like an activity. It was one of the awards that seemed the most like you could turn into an activity. And again, because I liked a lot of the positioning and the themes, the East Asian plus the writing, that's why I chose it and I put it in as number 4. For number 5, we have the founder of the essay writing workshop program that we discussed before. So we covered a lot of the bullets before and the descriptions. I think that this should really be continued. I do not like the optics of this being so long ago, just being in 10th grade for just not a very large time commitment. So if at all possible, before the end of the summer or maybe in the early fall, I would try to do something else with this. I just don't like the optics of it being such a one-off event. If we were building the student's profile, there's obviously things that would have done differently. I talked about a lot of the nexus activities, the glue activities, making it a much more Loctite positioning strategy between the East Asian, the arts, the writing, etc. And the music would have even incorporated the music in a more integrated way with the other themes of the application. But something else is we would have much more likely taken something like this and tried to scale it quite a bit more and given this a little bit more oomph. If there's any possibility of just continuing this and putting grades 10 and 12, so it sort of seems like there's some continuity to it, or it wasn't just a one-off, that would be great. For number 6 here, so there was the summer writing camp that I mentioned that sort of seemed like it was connected to a college advising programs. I didn't like it. I would try to rebrand this in some way. Maybe you just remove the title of the organization and just put summer writing camp and then just put the names of the poets or the writers that she worked with in the program. I just don't really want them looking up the program. Are they going to? Do admissions officers very often look stuff up? Not usually, not unless there's a really good reason. For kids who are particularly accomplished or something seems a bit suspicious, etc., it's definitely possible. You need to always be prepared for that. To always check your online presence before the application process. You need to be prepared to be Googled. I would try to just repackage this. Maybe it's just summer writing camp, and then you talk about the specific people that, worked with in the description, like advanced poetry camp or something like that. Because I just don't like it being tied. But the catch-22, as I mentioned before, she didn't have a lot of writing activity. So if we just totally gutted it, I also don't like that either. And then she put somewhere in her resume summer poetry, studied books, short stories, essays, and poems, and wrote poetry with some PhD who was a Fulbright scholar. You can sort of package some of that in here because it was another summer thing. It's quite a bit informal, but it's not going to be the best to put in the additional information section because it's going to be weird. The additional information section is pretty much all her honors and awards. It's going to look really weird if we have like, 10 different honors and awards and then just like one activity overflow. It's just really weird, right? And it's just too informal, I think, to be like a standalone. You could also put that in as well, maybe. That's definitely more marginal, that one. But if you want to sort of, it depends on how you brand the overall, title here. If you brand it as just sort of summer writing something generic, right? Then that you could possibly get in the work with the Fulbright scholar and then, in this summer writing camp. If it's just a summer writing camp or advanced poetry camp or something like that, and you can't fit in the Fulbright scholar, then I think it's fine to just leave it out. It's not really adding a ton. She doesn't have a Fulbright, right? So this isn't as much about, conveying the accolades of other people as I mentioned with the Stanford program. Okay, for number 7 in the activities list, the Korean calligraphy. So this was fine. It helps to reinforce the East Asian themes. It's got the keyword there, obviously Korean. The calligraphy is in the arts realm. It's writing in some sense, but it's like the art of writing. It's not like writing poems. It's in the vicinity of some of the themes, but it's not as good as, for example, the haiku contest. But it's fine for number 7. Again, it hammers home East Asian, sort of in the arts, overall arts umbrella. For number 8, this will be the mural. We discussed this, some of the bullet points. She also in her resume put something like, again, the received 62.5 hours of community service. I just really dislike the sort of the hours for community service because it makes it seem very transactional. I'm aware there are a lot of public high schools that still have community service requirements or stuff like that, but you just don't want to convey. It seems like you're counting very specifically. It seems very transactional. It seems obligatory. It seems like you're doing it for not the noblest of reasons, potentially. So I just want to put it in there, and received is a very passive verb. Just led this group of artists, painted this. Again, if there's anything East Asian relevant or anything to any of the other themes, then try to bring that as much as possible. Number 9. So we have a lot of music awards, but we don't really have sort of the core music activities. It's sort of a weird one, right? It's something where you can have the music sort of grounded or anchored in, a school group. So she was part of a student-led band at the high school. So this is fine. I'm mostly trying to bring in a bit of an activity besides just the awards for the music, though it's not essential, but also because there are just some events that she did that are sort of high value. I thought that this was sort of a good place to sort of put them to get some of the music into the activities list and sort of just instead of just putting them in additional information section. So I did want a little bit of that tertiary positioning of music in her activities list as well. It is, again, tertiary, it's third, so it is going towards the bottom of the activities list. And so I would take her student-led band, put the name of it as the activity title, and then you could put something like independent singer or something, or just singer, because some of these I think were done by just herself, not connected to the student group. And then I would take just some of the higher value events. So she had like a description that was a regularly featured vocalist in an all-male student-led band. It's just not important enough. I just don't have the space for it. Another one was she did a Veterans Day event, but there was no like amount of money raised. Didn't seem super impressive. I just don't have the space for it. Another one was a Little League opening day. It's just not super impressive. She did a minor league opening day ceremony. That's a lot cooler and a lot sort of higher value, so to speak. So because we just have very limited space here, I'm going to take the higher value events that she did. One of them was the only vocalist at an event for a foundation, which raised over $50,000 for the Boys and Girls Club. So that's great because it has the only vocalist part, and then it has the raised $50,000. You're going to need to shorten that to get these all to fit into the description. You might need to play a little bit with the titles here, but try to squeeze these in as much as possible. Then she was a vocalist for another event that was a fundraising concert for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. In one version, she put $8,000 was raised, and then in her resume, she put $800. Hopefully it's $8,000 because it sounds better. Whatever actually was the case was the case. If it was 800, this could potentially be left out, but I would probably go with 3 events here. And then the 3rd event was she sung the national anthem for a, minor league baseball game. That's pretty cool, right? It's definitely notable. If there's a certain number of people in the audience, that would be impressive for, 2,000 plus people. I don't know exactly what the number count would be there. Minor league baseball is obviously a lot higher level. It is basically professional baseball, compared to the little league. So you could fit that in there. And so this will sort of just act as sort of a container for some of the music activities, which she had to some extent in one of her activities, but it was just, I think she might have had some that weren't as impressive, and it was just the title was all weird. That's a bit of my take on that. For number 10, again, if the Korean Cultural Performance Night can't get subsumed under the Korean Culture Club, or there's just too many contributions in the Korean Culture Club, and we don't want to just cut out a bunch of, because there are impressive contributions for pulling together the cultural performance night. You could kick potentially the senior living center stuff to the curb, but for now I have it as 10. So it looks like 2 different senior living centers. So I would just compress them into one, which I think she did already in her activities list. And I would do, so she put vocalists for memory care residents, help the elderly suffering from Alzheimer's and dementia by bringing the gift of familiar music. Don't use the gift. Like some of this emotional wording is just not necessary, which has been proven to stimulate memory. Visit and engage with residents, research and sing popular songs of the 60s, 50s and 60s for the residents regularly, work directly with the activity coordinator. So I like the research and sing popular songs of the 50s and 60s, work directly with the activity coordinator. So you could be more specific about what you did with the activity coordinator, that would be good. And then maybe there's like one extra bullet in there or something, right? And so she also has the other senior living conducted surveys among the seniors for installation of bath and shower facilities in 5 languages. So that's the part that I liked, which was the 5 languages, because it sort of gets at a bit of that language, that writing, that English positioning, and then potentially, depending on what the languages are, if any of these languages are related to East Asian, as I think they maybe could be, maybe aren't. But if they are, then you might want to put in one of those, the titles of one of those languages, Korean, Japanese, etc., because it will help to further reinforce the hook in the East Asian. And it says created a music playlist for senior residents by researching popular music of their time. So that was already sort of said with the 50s and 60s music. So you sort of have like one bullet is like researched and, sing popular songs from the 50s and 60s. Another key point is the conducted surveys for the installation of the facilities in the 5 languages. And then maybe another one is like, she has created posters for different holidays in 5 languages or something. And so just 3 key bullet points, try to fit in the languages, try to fit in the researching and the singing the popular songs. Maybe there's a 3rd bullet with either working with the activity coordinators on specifically something, or the posters, or creating the music playlist was already, again, redundant with the 50s and 60s songs. But there's probably like space for a 3rd bullet in there. That is it for the activities. So now it looks a lot more related to her hook. So her honors, her activities, we have the Scholastic Gold Key, we have the Yale Young Global Scholars with the Literature and Culture track, we have the Book Film Festival with the Japanese book trailer, we have the Poetry Contest, which is the writing, top 10 best among thousands, we have the really high level, the most impressive music awards, then we have the Stanford, the International and Cross-Cultural Education with the Korea, China, Japan programs there, the only student to do all 3 of them. We have the Bank of America Student Leadership. If we can get better descriptions there, anything more calibrated to the hook, that would be better. Just even more impressive bullets would be good. We have the Korean Culture Club, the Korean Cultural Performance Night with a lot of really cool contributions, bringing people together. We're getting some more of that doer, that leadership theme. We have the haiku contest that we pivoted from an award into an activity to get more of that East Asian plus writing theme in here. We have the founder of the essay workshop here in the middle, so we get more of that writing theme. We're going to try to take out the name of that sort of college advising / writing program and sort of reposition that a little bit. Then we'll get into the Korean calligraphy again. We're hammering home East Asian plus the arts, and some of this back end, just sort of getting in some of the tertiary with the music theme and the music theme in the context of the senior living center, which is definitely, it's cool. It's not the most interesting or impressive or unique. A lot of students do stuff with senior living centers, and it's leaning a bit towards some of the generic community service, but I do like that she took her music background, she was leveraging you always wanna leverage your unique skills and positioning in the context of service. That's always the best way to be doing service, not just very generic service. So that is good, and it is number 10, so we are getting towards the back end anyway. For additional information section, it's just basically going to be the rest of her honors and awards. You can just put a title in the additional information section, just put a header that says honors, and then we're just gonna have different categories. So the first category of honors we're gonna have is gonna be writing awards. She has a Just Poetry National Poetry Prize. Can put that in there. Then a Poetry Nation poetry competition semifinalists and a publication. Again, this was like a little bit on the fence of how legitimate the publication was here, and is it a pay for play? It's kind of on the fence. I don't particularly know this competition or organization or the anthology or how impressive, but you can just put it in there. It's the additional information section. We're then going to have a header that says languages. So the overall umbrellas in the additional information is going to be honors, and then there's going to be a bunch of subcategories. So we just went through the writing subcategory. Now there's going to be a languages subcategory. For the languages subcategory, she took the national Japanese exam with an honorable mention in 2024. I don't love the honorable mention because it's not sort of it's not a super high level placement, but I put it there because of the Japanese and the East Asian theme. And then national Latin exam for Latin 1, she got a gold medal, so that's a more impressive award out of that. So we'll put that second. And so it's just a bit hitting the language theme, and it's just a more impressive placement there. So we put it in, even though Latin doesn't hit the sort of positioning as well as the Japanese does. So the Japanese has the weaker placement, but it's more relevant. The Latin is less relevant, but it has the better positioning. So that's kind of why they made it in there. Then we have an art subcategory for some art awards. So she won second place. I'm not sure what year it was. You don't always have to put the years and all of the specific dates for all of this. You can. In the George Montgomery National Rifle Association Youth Wildlife Art Contest, she got second place with a $500 award. This, to my understanding, is a pretty well-known contest among people in the art world. Is at least reasonably well-known, it seems like. It is a national contest. I forget what the number of submissions, I looked it up, just to contextualize what second place was. I think it was maybe, some years maybe we gotten 600, some years maybe 300 or 400. So you may want to put that in here, just to contextualize. Is it second place out of 3 people? Or 2 people, or is it second out of like 650? So if that's known, I would put it in if it makes you look better. If that's scarcity or that number does not, this is just a general note to everybody listening. If it doesn't make you look good, like if you got second out of 5 people, just put second place, because it doesn't look good to say out of 5. All right, so just blend it in whatever way makes you look the best. Some people might be able to anticipate what I'm going to say, since I talked about some of the religious and the political stuff. I do not like the polarity, so I'm very big on words and the psychology of the process, right? I do not like very charged words in an application. So I do not like the word rifle. I think I've told this story before, but we had a student several years ago, and they put their parents' email address in the application, which is totally not required at all. And I would suggest not putting in, because what is it going to do for your application? It's like, wow, your dad has a Yahoo email address. Let's admit this student to Stanford. It's totally unnecessary, and you shouldn't be filling out optional fields unless they help you, right? Because sometimes you're going to not put something in that's optional because it might hurt you, and it looks weird if you only put things in when it seems to help. It's just, you don't, by default, you should not fill out optional, sort of data entry fields unless it's to your benefit to volunteer that information. And so you don't put a parent's email address in there, you can do anything. But she put her parent's email address in there, and dad owned something where the company had the word aggressive in the title, and I just didn't like it. I just don't like very charged words like that. Now, what can you do here? Because it's an NRA award, and again, I don't care. I could care less about, the political, are you the Democrat, you Republican? I just don't care. So I'm not saying it at all from sort of any ideological bias or stance. I just don't care. There's only 2 categories that I care about. It's not Democrat, Republican, or any of the associations, liberal, conservative. It's, is it going to help you get into the college? Or is it not going to help you get into the college? That's the only thing. We keep it very specific on goal optimization. Right? And everything else is just noise. One thing you do have to understand is generally admissions officers are mostly more of a liberal bent, and NRA is generally more associated with more conservative leanings. So that's not great for your particular audience. And so what I would try to do here is, and even if it just weren't anything with like the political associations or any of that, even just the word rifle, I just don't like in the application. What I would do here is I would probably just remove the NRA part. Now, do you risk somebody who otherwise would have identified the word not being able to identify it? I don't think so. I don't think many missions officers, some might know this off the top of their head. I think it's not a huge risk. I would just probably put something like George Montgomery National Youth Wildlife Art Contest. I think you get the national part, which sort of shows, the overall. If you put the number of people who entered and you put second place out of a large number, you're getting the national, you're getting the scarcity. And if they know it, then they know it. And if they don't, putting an NRA is not gonna it's not gonna help you much anyway. Because if they went to go look it up because they don't know it, they would still find it anyway, because it's got pretty much all the same keywords in it anyway. So we basically remove the downsides and we preserve all the upsides, which is we got the national in there, we have the main name, we have the George Montgomery, and they'll still be able to find it if they needed to, if they looked it up, and then we have the second place out of a whole bunch of entries. So we pretty much preserve all the upsides, but remove some of this potential these political associations or polarity or just having a, just not great buzzword in here with the rifle. Okay, then for the second art award, I would do the River. This is River Awards International Youth Poetry and Art Contest Award. I put that in there. It's not as directly for writing as I would like, but these are art awards. They're just kind of again under the broader arts umbrella. So they didn't go as high up. That's why I put writing and languages higher, because they were more relevant to the hook. But we're kind of, as we move down, we're getting a little bit towards, more secondary, tertiary, just general arts umbrella, the music, etc. Now, the next category under the honors here is going to be music. It's the next subcategory. I would put the one where she was selected as one of the top 10 vocalists in her state. Again, it shows scarcity. And then she put second freshman to receive the award in the history of her high school. So again, just shows scarcity. The second one I would put is this honors performance series at Carnegie Hall. Again, Carnegie Hall is obviously one of the important keywords there. One of 200 high school vocalists from around the world selected. So put that as number 2. This is my perception of the impressiveness of these music awards and how they seem. And I'm pretty sure that this is just about right. But if there's something that is really a significant oversight, which I don't think that there is, you can obviously change the order. But I feel pretty confident that these are, this is the best ordering in terms of impressiveness. For number 3, the solo and ensemble competition for 2024, receiving the highest superior rating. I would put that there for number 3. For number 4, I put this music scholarship. I don't really know how to pronounce the name of the project, but music scholarship finalist. And then some of these other ones, this Global Genius Royale music competition, they sound really good. The gold prize, but everything is like gold this, grand this. You didn't seem like they were as impressive in terms of the competition or the pool. It doesn't have some of the buzzwords. It doesn't have, I don't get any further understanding of sort of how many are winning this out of how many, like I do with some of the other ones, like one of the top 10 in the state, second freshman to receive this. I don't get like Carnegie Hall. They sound like good names, but my understanding is that these seem to be less impressive than some of the other ones. Finally, we have some other general awards. So this will be the last subcategory, and you could put just general or other. So we'll put the Yale Book Prize for 2025. Again, describe some of the impressiveness. So if you're the only student, you could put that. 1 out of 10 in the state can put that. Colleges know what the book prizes are, so you can put a little boilerplate description, but it's also not super necessary if you're pressed on the word count. Then we have the Harvard Book Prize, same thing. If it was the only student from the high school, I don't know if that was actually the case. You shouldn't put that. But usually that is the case. And then it seems like also 1 out of 10 in the state to receive it. And then she put based on class ranking, GPA, test scores. It's just a lot of these are already understood by admissions officers what the criteria are. You could put it, but it's just, you're not adding a lot of value past the scarcity, and you're going to run up against word count issues. For the next award, this isn't really an award, and it was presented initially by the student as an activity, but I didn't like it because it didn't relate to any of the hooks. So this was the Board of Education serving on this superintendent's student advisory group. And so the description was selected of one of two students. I already went through the description for this. I would just put the scarcity and sort of representing 300,000 students, like just all the stuff that was impressive from the description activities list, but it wasn't good enough for the activities list. It just wasn't relevant to any of the hooks. So I would put it here. Only describe them where like it's not already clear from the title of the award what it is. And if it just makes you look better, saying that you got the Harvard Book Prize because, you have a high GPA, is like, I already know that from the rest of your application. They generally know what goes into a book prize. The more important part there is like one of 10 students in the state to receive it. Next, she will be a national merit semifinalist. I discuss her PSAT score. It will clearly hit the cutoff for it's done on a state by state basis, top 1% in every single state. So she will hit that. She will be a national merit semifinalist. They'll announce that sometime late August, early September. So I put that in right here after the Board of Education here for the next award, the Davidson Scholar. She had some boilerplate description, like designed to nurture the intellectual, social, emotional, and academic development of the gifted. I really dislike this of the gifted. It seems like very conceited. I would not put that in there, not least of all, like not because of that, but also because it's like a total boilerplate description, just like pulled from the website. Colleges know what this is, so it just does, you don't need to add more words. You're gonna run up against word count issues, and they already know what it is, and it's fine. It's nothing crazy. Then there's some other ones that were very marginal, very close to being removed, which were USA fencing, high school All-American, honorable mention, Junior Olympics cadet circuit related to that fencing, presumably. Presidential Volunteer Service Award we talked about before. She put in the additional information section originally, Student of the Month, nominated by the Social Studies Department, and then the AP Scholar with Distinction Award. The fencing is more impressive, but it's just not relevant to anything, and it was a while ago. So I think you could fit that in there, and that's fine. It's just sort of like oh wow, like this student's also good at this other stuff, and it just doesn't take up many words because these are very short. So awards are very short. Activities and stuff that's going to take up a lot of space, it really can send the reader off in the wrong direction. But something that's just 5 words or 7 words, it's just not a huge deal. So these were very marginal, the fencing awards. Then the presidential volunteers, just this very basic awards. Again, just epiphenomenal awards for community service. Student of the Month Social Studies is a bit relevant to some of the positioning, but it's just not super impressive. I mean, if you had like no awards basically in your profile, then, you would put this in your honor section. But for a student who has a better profile with a lot of, higher tier awards, this is basically just extreme overflow. And then you could put in the AP Scholar. Again, this is what I refer to as an epiphenomenal award. Doesn't really convey a lot of new information. I could already look at your AP scores and tell that you would have gotten it without the title, but it's fine to throw in. Again, it's just the honors just don't take up a lot of space. And so it's not as much of an issue as if, for example, she wasted a lot of space as she did originally in the additional information section, further describing the Stanford program. That's just a waste. I'm getting nothing out of it. It's redundant. There's no new information being conveyed. There's passive verbs in there, like participated. They're talking about the accolades of other people. Like, that's very delusionary, right? And then something else that's potentially very helpful would get cut out because there's only 300 words in additional information. That's a much bigger issue. For some little, 5-word awards, it's not a huge deal, and the hook by this point has already been so clearly established from the honors, all the activities, all the subcategories, these writing awards, the language awards, the art awards, the music awards, right? That by this point, it's not a big deal. They are very marginal, some of these awards, but it's fine. Now, in terms of what I've removed, or what didn't actually make the application at all, any of these sections, the activities list, the honors, the additional information, I removed she had a local library book fair that I guess she organized. It is relevant to some of the literature themes, but because her additional information was pretty much all honors, I didn't want to just randomly throw in an activity or two. I just ended up cutting it out. It's very marginal. It could possibly be included, but I thought it would look very weird just to put in activities and then just put like one activity. Then she had a foundation that was dental outreach for low-income communities. It does seem like there are some East Asian themes in the foundation with the name of it. The dental part was really weird and just very off the beaten path. Again, these are marginal. It could go in there if she wanted to just put activities and just put some overflow activities and put the book fair in the, you might get a little bit of the marginal bump there for some of the literary themes and the, if this is working with East Asian communities, like if those are the low income communities, then you might fit it in there. She had the National Latin exam, Latin 2, she got cum laude, so that's pretty low placement. And because the Latin wasn't as relevant to as the Japanese, I cut it out, even though cum laude is probably a little bit more impressive than the honorable mention that she got on the Japanese exam. I just cut it out because it wasn't relevant, included the higher value National Latin exam award. And then did an LA fire fundraiser, student council to raise funds. This is just very generic community service. Proceeds went to the Yale Club, YMCA, Red Cross. They took it out. It's just not relevant to the narrative. Again, going to run up against the word count in the additional information section. Don't want to get too dilutionary with irrelevant themes. She worked for some sort of preserve, was a volunteer greeter, not relevant to anything. Packed 3,000 lunches for at-risk youth, just all generic community service. Something with the U.S. Department of Education that I don't really know what this is, but it just says participant. Summer reading and writing with an English teacher from school is too informal. Homecoming princess, no, does not go in the application. And then we have the church stuff, which I talked about before. It's just not high value enough. And I generally don't like politically or religiously polarizing stuff. That, again, was much, much, much minor in the issue. The main issue was it just wasn't, music is not one of the more prominent themes. It's more tertiary in the student's positioning. And it was just better and higher value. Some of the stuff with the national anthem at the minor league game, the $50,000 fundraiser, and there's very limited space, right? So between picking different parts of where she sings, I went with some of the other ones and some of the other events that seemed a little bit, higher value, the student high school group, etc., versus a church. The mom asked about some stuff related to the common application formatting. So I'm going to quickly speak to that question, and then we're going to do the school analysis on Stanford versus Yale and applying early. Common application formatting, most people will find this out. You need to always be previewing your application as you copy things into the different sections because it gets formatted very weirdly when you copy things in, particularly the essays. And you want to check your activities list. So the main two places where there's formatting issues tend to be in the activities list. Sometimes you'll find some extra spaces in weird places. So you want to look out for that and look through your activities list very carefully. And then for the essays, when you copy in, it will create a whole bunch of extra spaces. It will bold them. It will just make it all messed up when you copy it in. So what you need to do is you need to, there can't be any spaces between the different lines. So you need to go pull up the different paragraphs and you need to make sure that there's no space in between them because it will automatically add a space, the application, right? So there should be no spaces between the paragraphs. Sometimes you need to go pull the next paragraph and you need to go pull it up and then space and enter it back down because sometimes it still gets messed up. And then when you copy it, it's usually bold, you need to unbold it. You need to check. Italics usually do carry over, but you always want to check if you italicized anything when you did it in Google Docs or the original source to make sure it's still italicized when you copy it over into the application. So that's the main issue. I have seen some really messy applications where students, the formatting looks horrific. Horrific. They clearly did not preview or proofread the application in its final format. So you're always able to preview each of the individual sections as you're going through the application. You copy in your personal essay, you can then go preview in that section. But then also before you go to submit, you can generate an overall PDF of the entire application. And you should always go generate those PDFs and you should be reviewing them in full. As an admissions officer, will be reading them. But there are some common app formatting issues, mainly with the essays, that can pop up. Okay, finally, to put a bow on everything here, we're going to do a quick school analysis. So the student seems to be between applying to Stanford early or Yale early. So Stanford calls its plan restrictive early action. Yale calls its plan single choice early action. I've gone through the distinction between the two, and we use in our program a different nomenclature. So restrictive early action, even though some of the Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Stanford, Caltech might mix up some of the terminology. They might say single choice early action. They might say restrictive early action. We reserve the term restrictive early action for just two schools, Notre Dame and Georgetown. And restrictive early action blocks you out at those two schools from applying early decision, just early decision. You can't put a binding commitment in at any other college. Single choice early action is more restrictive than that. So I like single choice early action for this type of plan at Stanford, Yale, Harvard, Princeton, and Caltech, which is it's what it sounds like, it's single choice. So you can only apply early out of all the private institutions. So there is an asterisk for public schools, right? You can only apply early, including early decision and early action. You can only apply to whether it's Stanford, Yale, Harvard, Princeton, Caltech. You can only apply to that school out of private schools early. You cannot do early action or early decision to any other private school. And so it's much more restrictive. Now you can apply to Michigan early action, you can apply to UVA early action, you can apply to the UCs, you can apply to any public schools in the early round. It has to be non-binding, of course, but you can only do EA to a public school. You cannot do EA or ED to any other private institutions. There are some asterisks. This gets very messy and very, almost legalistic in its nature. There are some asterisks. So, for example, if you're going to be applying, they call it restrictive early action to Stanford. We call it single choice early action to Stanford. If you're going to be applying early to Stanford, Stanford has an asterisk where if you need to apply early to a college to get merit scholarships, such as at USC, you get an exemption for that. So you can apply to USC early action and also apply to Stanford under its early plan. There are some very nitty gritty asterisks there, and it can be very confusing. All that being said and understood, that's basically in a nutshell what single choice early action is, and Stanford and Yale both have it. You cannot apply unless there's an asterisk, like I said, for USC, where you need to apply early to get merit scholarships. Setting aside those very special cases, if you apply to Stanford or Yale under their single choice early action plan, you cannot apply early to any other private school, generally speaking. So these are very restrictive plans. They have very high opportunity cost because so you have Yale and you have Brown and they're 1A and 1B in your mind. Well, basically you can't do ED to Brown and the admissions rate is going to drop precipitously in the regular decision round. So if you're not quite Yale caliber and you don't end up getting into Yale, but you did single choice early action, well, now you missed on Yale. And now you're the regular decision, pool at Brown. So you forewent your significant admissions boost, your odds boost by doing early decision at Brown. And this is the big opportunity cost with picking the early schools, right? Now, not every student has a major opportunity cost, right? The biggest opportunity cost will be for students who have two schools that are you have like a Stanford, a Harvard, a Yale, a Princeton, something like that. And then you have another school, another really good school, a Brown, something that's maybe top 10, top 15. This is particularly where you end up in these issues because there are major fault lines or inflection points for difficulty of getting into different schools. The multiple of difficulty hits a significant inflection point when you're talking about the Harvard, Yale, Princeton, MIT, Stanford tier. Sort of those top five, not top five in terms of their quality as institutions. Obviously, a lot of people argue that they're the top five, but top five in terms of competitiveness, I think, is pretty much indisputable that those five schools plus Caltech, so those six schools are the most difficult to get into in the United States: Harvard, Yale, Princeton, MIT, Stanford, and Caltech. Or Caltech just isn't mentioned as much because it's just not as popular. It's very niche. It's very not even STEM, but even more specifically very science oriented, and within that much more theoretical in a lot of ways than MIT, which tends to be much more applied engineering focus than Caltech. And also, MIT is a much more well-rounded academic institution than Caltech is. There can be a big opportunity cost. I've discussed this on the podcast of picking the wrong ED. If a student's picking between two, they're relatively comparable in terms of how the student views them, but they're not going to get into one. And you could see that they're just not going to get into one. And they could seem very similar on their surface, right? There is a non-trivial difference between Duke and Northwestern in terms of difficulty. Duke is at a non-trivial level more difficult, particularly over the past few years, to get into than Northwestern. To me, they're basically the same exact college. I often say that Duke is basically the Northwestern of the South, and Northwestern's basically the Duke of the Midwest, right? They're very similar institutions. right? I think from an overall caliber standpoint, they're basically identical. However, they're not identical from an acceptance rate and difficulty standpoint. There can be a big disparity in terms of your odds of getting in. There's also a lot of institution specific factors, right? You're a female. What is the female? Is this a very harsh acceptance rate for females? We're going to see that with this student who is a female, and it's going to come into play a little bit here with the two different schools, right? So all these nuances. Are you a legacy at one versus the other? What's the school's strength? Is it exactly in your positioning and your hook? Because if your positioning, that's the school's first and foremost strength, there's a very significant catch-22 there, because that's why you're probably choosing the institution, but you're also in choosing the institution for that strength, volunteering yourself to go into a very competitive applicant pool for that very specific major that maybe drew you to the college, right? So it is very institution specific, and you have to look at the student's profile and all the factors, the demographics, the sex or the gender, and then in what field, right? What's the strength of the institution? Is this a weakness of the institution? What does that department look like? It's very multifaceted. As we sort of step back here and we look at the student's overall profile, just to sort of summarize things, and then I'll get into some more of the very specific nuances here to make this call on which to apply to early, Stanford or Yale. Overall, the students' grades are excellent, as good as they possibly can be, straight A's. Again, definitely, I don't know what she would have gotten if the school had reported, a full just 100-point scale, but there is some protective mechanism here where the school just gives A's to any student who gets a 90 to 100. So that's definitely very nice for any student who goes to this high school. So she has all straight A's. She's the highest unweighted GPA possible, highest weighted GPA possible for the district, ranked number 1 out of 658 students. Course rigor, really high, 25 honors advanced AP and college courses through senior year. 17 AP and college courses, so that's super, super high. We talked about her being a little bit ahead of the math progression, not the most ahead, but it's also not the most relevant to her narrative. It's just a little bit of a flaw here with some of the science, sort of not taking all of the AP science, or at least 2 out of the 3 core AP sciences in physics, biology, and chemistry, but that can be resolved potentially going into senior year. She could potentially fix that before she applies. She's near perfect PSAT, SAT, and ACT scores. Perfect score on the ACT. Will hit national merit semifinalists on the PSAT for a near perfect score there. Mostly 5s on the AP exams that she took through 10th grade, with a couple of 4s. So they're not all 5s, but 5s and 4s are generally okay. You again would prefer a preponderance of 5s versus 4s for the top colleges, but not a major issue. Recommendation letters, we pointed out that she didn't have a STEM and humanities or social sciences. If these are going to be very strong recommendation letters as they seem, then that would be great. They're also generally relevant history, Japanese to some of her themes. Seems like she has a great counselor letter potentially there. In terms of her resume, so her positioning is quite good. These are definitely more niche majors. So she is an overrepresented minority, which does make it more important to not be applying ideally into one of the crosshairs of the most competitive fields in which you're also overrepresented. So computer science, business, pre-med, biology, anything that Asian, Indian American students are very overrepresented in, you don't need to further compound that disadvantage of being just overrepresented in general. Not that you can always 100% control that, you can definitely control that to a large extent. I've mentioned if you are in a very competitive field, you can bring in a less competitive field. I talked about a student who was Indian American boy that we had several years ago, and he was interested in aerospace engineering. Obviously, he's a boy, he's an American, he's very overrepresented in engineering, but he loved history, and so we brought in history. We brought in some of the social sciences, some of the policy implications with space policy. We brought that in. We intersected history with aerospace engineering, and so we brought in that other less competitive, that other field that he was not as represented in. That was very cool and interesting, and just created a very good interdisciplinary mesh while also resolving some of the strategic liabilities there of his demographics. So you can definitely control it to some extent, but you can't 100% control what a student's passionate about. So some are a little bit more lucky and they fall into very niche majors that they're just not as competitive. They're not as demographically overrepresented in those fields, et cetera, et cetera. So that is a bit of the case for this student. She's an overrepresented minority, but not a ton of students are going to be interested in Asian languages and literature. She has enough support for it. English, not going to be very overrepresented. It's not generally super popular, but particularly I would say among Asian Indian students, most of them do not end up applying to be English majors in college. Music, there are definitely a lot of Asian students in particular, Asian females, violinists, etc., that are in music, but a lot of students don't actually make it part of their college positioning, which is a mistake in a lot of cases, right? And so there's music as sort of music on its own terms, and there's music connected to academic disciplines, and a lot of students do not connect to other academic disciplines in a way that they could. They could do psychology of music, they could do neuroaesthetics, as I've mentioned to many people. You could find a way to interpret it as a language. You could do math and music. There's just all sorts of ways that you connect it to a main academic field, right? You could do the business of music, all sorts of different things you could do with music to incorporate it into a more academically leaning narrative. So she has that as well, but the positioning is quite good. As I mentioned, she could have definitely had some higher value activities, and she could have had some more nexus or glue activities that tied the narrative and the different themes together in a more clean way, right? She could have had some activities that sort of took the East Asian theme, but then intersected it in a more clean cut way with the writing themes in the same activity versus them being disparate activities, right? So instead of having the Stanford program that was sort of the East Asian studies and then having, sort of a writing award, but they're disparate and they're fragmented, there could have been more activities, and I would have particularly liked to have seen it from a research perspective as well, that could have integrated the themes and made it more integrated and more tied together and much more neat. That being said, I think we've done a very good job with the East Asian languages and literature's primary positioning here of getting most of her resume encapsulated in that, because it does encapsulate some of the writing with the languages and literatures and the East Asian themes, and to a lesser extent, the music with some of the broader arts in East Asian context. We talked about how she could, discuss ethnomusicology. This is offered by both Stanford and Yale, a sort of a subdivision of the music department. So that would also potentially incorporate some of the cultural themes with the music themes to sort of tie it all together as well. So I think we did a very good job. We can use this music major positioning. She's not obligated. They're not going to hold a gun to her head and say, you better be a music major. So she can definitely put it in her application just to sort of make sense and make it a continuous narrative versus something that I said is just, oh, I just did this. I just happened to win these music awards and do this for many years of my life. But I'm not continuing it at all in college. It just doesn't make sense, right? It's not very effective. They're looking for a highly continuous narrative, right? And a very integrated narrative. The positioning's good. The activities, I think we cleaned it up a lot and got some of the themes across a lot better. I like the way we repositioned some of the honors, got the East Asian plus, some of the writing themes. We got the Yale Young Global Scholars towards the top of the honors list to sort of get that literature and the cultural, sort of buzzwords, and she wasn't able to participate in the activity, so that's kind of the most she could get out of this honor anyway. Some really good themes here. I think we cleaned up her activities list, a lot of the descriptions, a lot of really potentially disastrous mistakes with the tone, the cutesy stuff, the comedic stuff in the descriptions. So I think we clean that up. Obviously, it will depend on her final execution and the essays. I didn't go into any of the supplements, but I'm just sort of covering the high level strategy. We went to a lot of the nuances with the, sort of the resume, the activities, the honors, and the additional information section. Additional information section looks quite good. It's got a lot of the headers, the languages, the writing, the art, the music. So she got a lot of extra awards here that are nice and compact and sort of show different, scarcity. Overall, I definitely called attention to some potential, flaws, the sort of the science, which could be fixed, the recommendation, which isn't the end of the world, not having one STEM and one humanities, social sciences you would like. Overall quality generally triumphs. Couple of fours on the APs. There was an asymmetry in terms of her honors and awards versus maybe not having as many high value activities, maybe not really leaning to that doer archetype that I mentioned, that sort of leader archetype. But we sort of resolved that a little bit with some of how we presented some of the activities. So there are obviously in any student's profile, again, missing some of the nexus activities that we would have preferred. There's always going to be weaknesses. You can always be better. You can always improve something. Every applicant can always be better. But overall, definitely a very strong profile, and I think we augmented it quite a bit through this analysis. So that's sort of the overall sort of situation. So She's certainly in range. This isn't, a whole bunch of students, they're not going to Stanford or Yale, and they quite honestly should not be applying to Stanford or Yale. She's definitely in the vicinity for these two schools, right? This is again is there's a clear demarcation point between Harvard, Yale, Princeton, MIT, Stanford, Caltech, those 5 or 6 most competitive schools, and getting into sort of mid-Ivy level, some other Ivy plus colleges. Obviously, Stanford is an Ivy plus school, but you have some other schools that might be more top 10, like a Duke, Northwestern, Chicago. There are just different tiers, and again, there are major fault lines in terms of what a student's going to be viable for, and many students just are not viable for a school such as Stanford or Yale, and they're wasting their early card applying. All of that being said, we're going to go through a little bit of some more of the nuances. So I want to go through some statistics here for Stanford and Yale and some more of the nuances. So for Stanford, for the early rounds, the most recent data we have was from the college class of 2023. So this is quite a while ago. Stanford has not released any early admission statistics in a very long time. So this is definitely older data. For the class of 2023, they admitted 700 students in the early round. I don't expect that has changed very significantly because Stanford didn't start building new dormitories or significantly change the composition of students that they admit in the early round versus regular students. So assume that that's probably about the same, probably around 700, 750 admitted in the early round at maximum. 700, I think, is a solid number to factor in here. The last reported early admit rate was also, again, for the college class of 2023, so high school class of 2019. It was 8.24% for the early round, and that was 700 students accepted out of 8,500 students that applied. Now, I'm going to go into some more nuances here with gender or sex breakdown and then also ethnicity. So the female acceptance percentage at Stanford, and this is for students who entered in fall 2024, so this is much more recent, but this is overall. It's not for the early round. We don't have those very nitty-gritty statistics. So the female acceptance rate for Stanford is 3.79%. And so that's very comparable at Stanford. There's a little bit of an edge for a female versus a male, and that makes sense because Stanford is very well known for a lot of STEM fields, engineering, technology, computer science, which do skew more towards males. And so you will get some of these biases based on the institutional strengths of different colleges, depending on what the representation is, typically by gender or sex. Schools such as Yale, for example, that's very humanities and social sciences in terms of its strength. You're going to find that it's much more competitive for females versus Stanford. So the female acceptance rate is 3.79%, not very different from the male, but there is a little bit of a slight edge for females at Stanford. It's just not very big. Then ethnicity, this is also something that you need to keep in mind, right? And so I haven't talked about this a ton. I definitely talk a lot about underrepresented, overrepresented minorities. But the way that colleges can still factor this in is, first of all, you can tell the ethnicity of many students by their last name. It's not perfect, but it's a pretty good signal. You might not be able to nail it down to 100% or exact country, but in a lot of cases it doesn't matter. The exact country is not what ethnicity is anyway, in a lot of cases. So you can tell by the student's name. You have the parents' names in the application. There is the loophole in the Supreme Court ruling, known as the Roberts loophole. And that basically allows the colleges to still consider in a more holistic way or more substantive way if the student, had anything connected to their racial or ethnic background that they put in the essays. A lot of colleges have essays that tap into diversity or the race or ethnicity of the students. So even though it can't just be just a checkbox that, sort of helps or hurts a student's application, it can also be clear from their activities. There are Hispanic recognition programs, African American recognition programs that run through the College Board for certain score cutoffs, just like there's national merit semifinalists. You can tell from awards, you can tell from the resume, activities, cultural clubs. This student has a lot of cultural clubs where you would, even if you couldn't tell from her name that she was part of an overrepresented minority background, you could certainly tell from her resume, unless she was just happened to be a white student who just was part of a whole bunch of Korean cultural, which just is very unlikely. You can just tell from a lot of students' resume, their name, their parents' names, their parents' education. Sometimes they were educated in other countries. You can tell from the students' responses to some of these diversity prompts or the community prompts and the essays. And so it's mostly still in large part a factor and a very significant factor in admissions. A significant factor, I'll say that. So in terms of ethnicity, you do want to look at the composition of the colleges. So Stanford is 33, and this is what you would expect, right? Stanford is tech, it's STEM. You would expect it to have a more significant Asian population than Yale, which is more humanities and social sciences, which Asian and Indians tend not to be as overrepresented in humanities and social sciences or at very strong humanities and social sciences schools compared to very strong and well-known STEM engineering schools. So the ethnicity breakdown, the first year, this is for fall 2024, freshman class at Stanford's 33% Asian from the common data set. For Yale, it's 20.6% as a non-trivial difference, right? You're talking about a 50% relative plus bump for Asian students in the freshman class for fall 2024 at Stanford, right? So it's basically 1.5 plus X at Stanford, which is again what you would expect. You would also expect that males dominate a little bit more. It should be a little bit easier for a female to get into Stanford because of the more STEM tech propensities there. And so this is all borne out. So if we compare Stanford to Yale, so Stanford last reported admitted 700 students in the early round. So Yale's very good about reporting data and still it's one of the few Ivies that does still provide a lot of transparency into its admission statistics, particularly the early admission statistics. So this is updated as of the most recent application cycle. Yale admitted 728 students. So there's definitely a non-trivial. When you're talking about, it might not seem like a big difference, right? When you're talking about 28 spots, when you're only talking in the 700 range, I would prefer to have those extra 30 spots or so. So that's an advantage to Yale. There's a slight bit more spots in all likelihood for Yale in the early round versus at Stanford. Stanford also has to take fewer students because it's a much higher yield rate. Yale usually comes in around a 70% yield rate. 70% of students take the offer of admission and attend. Stanford's more like 82 plus percent, right? So Yale has to take more students just to protect also, just to compensate for the worse yield rate. So we have more early spots available typically at Yale. For the early admit rate, Yale's was in this most recent cycle 10.82%, so almost 11%. And that was 728 students taken out of 6,729 students. And at Stanford, this goes all the way back to the application cycle in 2018, 2019, and it was 8.24%. And that's a long time ago, right? So the best estimate for Stanford, I think conservatively, we should probably expect that it's probably around 7%. And the top end, I would say, is 9%. But Harvard in recent years, especially some of these post-COVID years, has hit 7%. And I think we should be more conservative. And I would say it's probably around 7%. So if you're talking a 7% versus almost 11%, again, you're talking about almost a 1.5x for Yale, right? And that's non-trivial, right? Let's think about that a little bit more. A lot of people say 7%, 11%, whatever. They're not that distant, those two numbers, right? Okay, 11% is a 1 in 9, 7% is a 1 in 14. Okay, so we walk into a classroom. You had to walk into a classroom, one of you comes out. We're not accounting for any other hooks, like athletes, all these other special interests, right? Only one student gets to walk out of that room. Would you prefer to go into the room with 9 students or prefer to go to the room with 14 students? Probably the one with 9. And again, we're not talking about institutions of vastly different quality, right? These are both arguably top 5 institutions, right? From both a quality and a competitiveness standpoint. So we have about 11% for Yale, most recent, and a long time ago, about 8%, but probably 7%. It could be even lower. It could be 6%. We just don't know because Stanford, like a lot of colleges, just stink and they don't report these statistics anymore. So that's another advantage for Yale. Now, in terms of the female acceptance percentage, because we were dealing with a female here, the female acceptance percentage, again, for Stanford, 3.79%. For Yale, it's actually a little worse. It's 3.35%. And the reason for that is, as I mentioned again, Yale is very well known in humanities and social sciences. That's what it's known for. It's known for producing lawyers and presidents, right? And we know what Stanford's known for, which is producing tech entrepreneurs, is like its main calling card, right, in Silicon Valley. So obviously I'm not saying that's the only thing that Stanford produces. Obviously Stanford has a top law school, top medical school, has top pretty much everything. But there are obviously certain strengths that Stanford is very well known for, and there are obviously certain strengths that Yale is very well known for, right? And they tend to be different. So that's about what we would expect. So the female acceptance percentage 3.35 for Yale, 3.79% for Stanford. That being said, that's not a major difference. That's not the difference between 11% and 6.5% or 7%, right? So this is basically, you're still talking about a 1 in 30, right? And again, that's overall, that's not an early round. So early round should be a little bit better. And so one thing to keep in mind, and so you do want to pay attention to big differences among males versus female acceptance rates. Some schools, there's not this big imbalance, but for some schools, there is a really big imbalance. At Brown, there's a big imbalance. At Yale, there's a big imbalance. So at Yale, if you are a female, you have a 1 in 30 chance of getting in overall. If you are a male, you have a 1 in 22 chance. It's definitely non-trivial. 1 in 30 for a female, 1 in 22 for a male. So that's another thing to take into account. That being said, I would basically say early admit rate, Yale is a pretty significant advantage in terms of just being able to get in, right? 11% versus probably 7%. That's quite non-trivial. For the female acceptance percentage, it's basically a wash. They're very close. 3.35 versus 3.79 is just not a major. So I'll basically consider that basically a tie between the two. And then for ethnicity, it's a non-trivial advantage for this student who's an overrepresented minority and is Asian is much better at Yale to be applying to a school. You want to be applying to schools where they don't have everything in admissions is about scarcity, right? You want to be applying to colleges. Ideally, I understand this is not how people come up with their preferences. I understand strategy is not how, you go to see a school, you love it for this reason, it's great in these fields, etc. I understand that's not how people necessarily come up with their preferences. The flip side of that is your preferences don't really matter if you don't get in. And your preferences can really backfire if they lead you to apply to the wrong school early, and that sends you down a spiral where you end up going to a way worse college because you picked the wrong one out of 1A versus 1B or 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 3, right? On your list. It does matter. You want to be as rare as you possibly can be. You want the school to say, we don't have any of these. Let's get one. Basically, admissions officers want what they don't have, and they're basically like stamp collectors or coin collectors. They're filling out their collection, right? When they see a 1 out of 1, they start drooling and say, let's put this in the class. It's definitely non-trivial, the Asian representation, if you are an Asian student, between Yale and Stanford, and is definitely a strategic edge at Yale versus at Stanford. And again, a lot of this has to do with the strengths of the institutions. The female versus male and the ethnicity, maybe there's some other demographic patterns, and some historian can walk through the demographics of Northern California versus New Haven, Connecticut, and explain this for other reasons, et cetera, et cetera. But I will go out on a limb and say that a lot of the ethnicity and the gender sex differences are largely attributable to the different strengths of the institutions. Mostly 3 out of 4 of those factors are in favor of Yale, with basically the fourth one being basically a tiebreaker between the two. And again, understanding this is basically, it seems like these are 1A and 1B to the student. If the students were clearly competitive for both of the schools, but she thought Stanford was 3 times better than Yale, then you have a different risk reward. I am mostly conceptualizing this from the frame of these are very close in terms of the upside or the subjective reward to the student, which is subjective, right? There's some students who go see Yale and they don't like it at all. There's some students who don't want to go to Stanford. I am basically assuming that on the reward or the upside, these are highly comparable, right? And so then a lot of it's going to be weighed towards the risk or the odds. Okay, so in terms of some other pros, cons, neutral factors, so Stanford, a pro here is her humanities strength is a bit better pitted against the institutional strength of Stanford, as I've kind of mentioned already. And again, I'll ask you to just read this the wrong way. What makes them gravitate to an institution is that it's really good at something, but if that's your positioning, again, you're also competing against much stronger students in your field. So it's kind of a double-edged sword, a catch-22, right? Just a lot of students don't understand this from a strategic perspective, right? They're like, why would I apply to Dartmouth, right? It's like, because they don't have any of you, right? But they're like, it's not as good in, STEM or engineering, etc. It's like, that's also why you'll stand out, right? Versus at MIT or Carnegie Mellon or Stanford or any other school where that's the first and foremost strength, right? So you have to understand that what draws you to an institution could also be a major Achilles heel for your candidacy. Neutral factors. So the student's dad did attend Stanford, so they have legacy. But the reason why I'm considering that a neutral factor, basically, or neither really a pro nor a con, is because many people will know recently and for the upcoming application cycle in California, they have banned legacy admissions at private universities throughout California, Stanford, USC, Pomona, et cetera, et cetera. It's not 100% clear what the implications are yet. Stanford just said, they saw the law, they're reviewing their application procedures for the upcoming application cycle. If you call the admissions office, they're going to give you some very scripted answer like, legacy has always been just one of many things. We look at the student holistically and we, humanize, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And they're going to always say the thing that gets you to apply, makes you feel better. Now, the thing with the California bill is it's just not 100% clear what the consequences are. Part of it is that you end up on a state website and they report you as an offender. Seems like it makes you a bit more susceptible to civil lawsuits. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a legal expert. So I don't fully understand if Stanford or one of these private institutions in California does not actually comply with this law. I'm not 100% sure what actually are the consequences. And I imagine that Stanford and these different schools and their legal teams certainly would weigh the consequences against what the benefits are of having legacy admissions. We don't 100% know where this stands. We don't know what Stanford's going to do. We don't know, okay, well, how would they implement this? Are they going to hide the parents' education in the common application? We don't 100% know, but I would be on the more conservative side, and I would just assume that this is basically not going to come into play for the student, that legacy advantage will not come to fruition. And that is a bit of a bad beat, given that they just happen to be applying the first application cycle where this law is going to take effect. So I'm going to basically consider that a null factor that we don't 100% know yet. For cons for Stanford, so one very significant con is it can be quite a bit harder, particularly for overrepresented minority students, to get in early to Stanford. Very often, we preach applying early, it giving you advantage. It's going to give you the biggest advantage at schools that have early decision because you're putting into binding commitments. Stanford, Yale, Harvard, Princeton, MIT, Caltech, these schools do not offer early decision, right? So you can't get that big bump from putting in a binding commitment. So it's already off the table for the schools that we're talking about. But you do still get some bumps. The overall percentage is still higher than is regular decision at some of these schools that do single choice early action. But particularly for overrepresented minority students in the early pool, there's quite a bit of evidence that it's not the best, and you're not getting a very big boost applying early. And in fact, you might end up just getting rejected by applying early. And that's the other problem with Stanford's early round is Stanford has a very high bar for deferring any students. So what they do with the vast majority of students is they get rejected, right? Whereas there are many other colleges that will defer a lot of students, right? So your application is not dead, right? You get deferred, you get pushed in the regular decision round. Doesn't mean you're very likely to get in. In fact, you're not very likely to get in if you get deferred, but at least your application isn't dead on arrival. So Stanford basically rejects probably around 80 to 85% of the students in the early round. The last deferral statistic we have was around 2013, and Stanford deferred 8.5% of students. It's a very, very low deferral rate, which means there's a very high bar for not just flat out getting rejected at Stanford. And speaking to the overrepresented minority, maybe I'll do a case study at some point. A lot of it, obviously, we don't have the exact ethnicity data in the early round. You just don't get, and again, we don't even have any early data for Stanford in many years. We don't have any deferral data going back a dozen years. So you're not privileged a lot of this, but we had a student who came to us a couple of years ago, highly, highly accomplished Indian American male, applying for not sort of the most typical computer science, but in the sort of general STEM math area. Very highly accomplished, around 10 to 12 major national, international awards in math, computing. And they came to us and they'd already submitted their Stanford application early, flat out rejected, right? A student, perfect ACT score, taking math classes at one of the best math departments in the world at a college level, was taking that by senior year, already way past the math curriculum of the high school, whatever 30 AP is honors, advanced, perfect ACT score. like I said, 10 to 12 different national, international level accolades with a very, clear hook, just straight up rejected at Stanford, right? So not even not deferred, obviously not accepted, but just straight up rejected. So you are going to run into a lot of that at Stanford, particularly again for overrepresented minorities, particularly for students who just don't have what Stanford needs. They don't need more great computer science kids. They don't need more overrepresented minorities. They don't need more STEM kids. Like that's not what they need, right? It's not rare to Stanford or to MIT or Carnegie Mellon or any school where that's their strength. You do have to understand that from a strategic perspective. And so there is a high risk that in applying early to Stanford, you just get flat out rejected, right? You don't even get deferred. You just get flat out rejected, particularly as an overrepresented minority. And then you incur the opportunity cost if you then don't get the early admissions boost at Yale, which is likely going to be quite a bit better here, particularly for an overrepresented minority student who's not as overrepresented on Yale's campus as they are on Stanford's campus. And then what can very well end up happening is you get rejected from Stanford, you don't get the early admissions boost at Yale, you end up going 0 for 2 on both of them. That's a very real possibility here. And for any student who's considering these two schools potentially and applying early. Now, in terms of Yale, some slight pros. So this student's brother attended Yale, I think was class of 2021. That's not legacy, but there is a spot for it in the application where you can report it. It's obviously better than having no close relationship to Yale. So it's not huge, but it's definitely there as a very, very minor nuance. The music background of this student is likely to be more valued by Yale, I will say, particularly in an extracurricular sense in terms of campus groups and whatnot, than it is to be valued at Stanford, right? Unfortunately, there are no spots left for humans in the robot orchestra at Stanford, so not a major institutional priority. It's not that Stanford doesn't value music or humanities, or that's not what I'm saying. It's just going to be valued a little bit more by admissions officers in terms of what the student can bring to the extracurricular community, in particular at Yale. In terms of some cons, basically the opposite of what we said for Stanford. So the humanities strength is a little bit more of a pro because that's not what Stanford is first and foremost known for and what students are sort of applying first and foremost for. It's a little bit of a con at Yale because humanities and social sciences are what Yale is first and foremost known for. That being said, this student does still have very niche positioning and very niche major selections for her application. There's a lot of different humanities and social sciences. She could be a psychology major, and that'd be a lot different. There's a lot of female overrepresentation in psychology. There's going to be greater overrepresented minority representation in psychology, and that's not going to be the absolute highest. It's still going to be more than something like English or East Asian, studies or languages, literatures, cultures, etc. So, even though that might seem a little ironic, she is still relatively safe a bit there because she still does have a very niche positioning strategy here and niche major selections and evidence within the overall humanities and social sciences umbrella. So that being said, a couple of these extra factors still do lean more towards Yale. The biggest one by far, the biggest strategic consideration that I already laid out is she applies Stanford single choice early action, overrepresented minority, may just flat out get rejected. If that happens, she squanders her early advantage at Yale, and there's a very real possibility she misses on both of them. The upside in applying early to Stanford, basically negligible. There's not a major upside here. Again, particularly for an overrepresented minority in that applicant pool. I'm not aware that she significantly prefers Stanford. Again, if the student was, I love Stanford's my dream school, I've wanted to go to Stanford, Yale is way below it, this risk reward, you might say, all right, you maybe just do the Stanford single choice early action, even though I think there's still a bit of a question mark there. Again, given the student's demographics. But that would be potentially a different case. I don't actually know if that would change the decision-making calculus a ton here, because again, you just have to be quite worried about just getting straight up cleared out of the Stanford pool and just squandering that Yale early odds. Just the Stanford is just quite a bit of an outlier, again, with some of the demographics and the early considerations here. So the upside is just not huge. The downside risk is potentially very big because she could go over 2. The Yale single choice early action, I think she has a good chance with the early boost of getting in. I think her profile fits better to Yale. I think the early statistics look a lot better. She has the brothers connected there, whereas we don't really know the legacy is gonna. We have to assume for now that it's going to be a null factor at Stanford. Not a major factor, again, having a brother, but it's a nice to have. But a lot of the early round statistics that we have on Yale versus Stanford, the ethnicity is definitely non-trivial difference there. I think she has a good chance, pretty good chance of getting into Yale in the early rounds. It is non-binding, the single choice early action, so she applies to Yale. I think she has a pretty good shot of getting in. Obviously, there's still some things pending, like her final execution with the applications, but I think she'll have a pretty good chance. She gets into Yale, potentially. She doesn't have to go to Yale, so it's non-binding. So she still preserves the Stanford optionality in the regular decision round when I think she's going to actually have a better chance of getting in as an overrepresented minority versus the early rounds. So you kind of get the best of both worlds here. And in that case, she does Yale single choice early action. I think she has a pretty good chance in the early round. If that does come to fruition and she does get in, she doesn't have to actually attend Yale because of the single choice early action. She could still apply to Stanford regular decision. And I would say that there's a very reasonable chance that she goes at least 1 for 2. And it's possible, not to be obviously taken for granted by any stretch, and this should not be the assumption, but there's a chance she could go 2 for 2 and get into both of them. If she applies to Stanford single choice early action, I would say the chance of her getting into both of these schools is very low. And I would say I would not be surprised at all if she just gets straight up rejected at Stanford. That's my analysis. I don't think that she's basically losing anything in going the Yale route. I think this is actually like a very easy decision from my perspective, given the particular factors, demographics, the nuances, these particular schools, the fact that it seems like she does weigh them relatively on, somewhat equal footing. I think it's basically a no-brainer to do Yale because, as I said, I think she'll have a potentially pretty good shot of getting in with the early boost at Yale, and I don't think she wants to give that up and going the Stanford route and potentially getting just straight up rejected at Stanford and then taking an opportunity cost at Yale and potentially going 0 for 2. But if she gets into Yale, she still preserves that optionality at Stanford. Honestly, I think she has a better chance at Stanford in the regular decision round than she will in the early round. So I think it actually gives her the best shot at those schools, given some of the more nuances here. The more likely than not situation if she goes the Yale route is she has again, I would say a very reasonable chance of going at least 1 for 2 if she goes the Yale route, if not potentially better. Again, we are talking about obviously extremely competitive institutions. I think that is the best path. I think she gets the best of both worlds. She gives herself the best chance at both institutions by going the Yale single choice early action route instead of the Stanford route, which could very well end with her not getting into either of these schools. That's my final verdict. Again, I think it's pretty straightforward in this situation. It's not always as straightforward. Sometimes it's a lot more difficult or complex, but I think it's pretty straightforward from at least my perspective that we do Yale single choice early action here. So that is it for this episode. Obviously, it was another long one, but hopefully it was helpful to everyone as we sort of dissected this student's profile, went through her application, saw some of the mistakes, overhauled things to make it better, and we did the final school analysis here. And that is a position that many people are going to find themselves in. Many students coming up is making these very difficult decisions with respect to choosing the early schools. So it was nice to be able to dive into some of the nuances here as well. We will talk soon in the next episode. Again, hopefully everyone found this helpful. We'll be back for another episode and another case study pretty soon. Bye, everyone.